Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends,
the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullies, insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And you've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning and we're reaching you live from the Center of Excellence, Lagos, Nigeria. We have been all packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us this morning. I am Deborah Eze. I'm not doing this alone, of course. I'm right here in the studio with
Onyeka Valentine.
Good morning. You're quite in a rush to present yourself.
Well, I was going to jump into it since they say 2026 has no hold up. Have you noticed the Strait of Lagos have less traffic unlike usual?
That's because we're just starting the year. Valentine, how many years have you stayed in Lagos not to know the pattern of things?
So, interestingly, when you live in Lagos, we used to have what they used to call expect the unexpected. But this year is a bit different.
Okay.
Last year, into the first week of the new year, that's 2025, that was last year. As soon as it was the 4th and 6th, traffic arrested building.
Hey, I was in Lagos, so...
But it depends on where in Lagos.
I was on the island here.
I remember very well. You know, but this year...
we know that people are still trying to, wrap up the whole Dirty December people who traveled are not back. People have not resumed going to their place of, business and all that. It's just me and you and those that render essential service that are on the road. That is why we don't have a lot of traffic. But let me ask you, away from everything, are you following the AFCON match?
Well, amongst everything, I want to put this way, in the midst of everything, I would say, what was Osimhen thinking?
Okay. Why do you have to be Osimhen? I thought we were going to talk about what I think the Congolese man that had like his hands up throughout, I think for over 1 hour. Or 1 hour 19 minutes or thereabouts, if I'm correct. I thought we were going to talk about that. Why did we have to talk about Osimhen?
It's a build-up.
I think it's coming from a place of hate, but okay.
On the contrary, it's coming from a place of love. I will explain to you. You see, when you're in the public eye, you must know how to manage your anger. Anger management is very important. Do you know why? You see, they always say that your talents will put you in the room, get you in the room. But your character is what will keep you there.
Right.
For the first time in a long time, I saw fans booing Osimhen. I was shocked.
So I'll ask the question. I asked someone a question, the same question this morning. Now, are we going sincerely now have an open mind to this? If Nigeria was not leading with 2 goals, and then what happened between Lookman and Osimhen happened, would you still boo Osimhen? How do I open mind to this?
Yes, I like the fact that you said this. Truth be told, we're very predictable in this country. If we're losing to that country,
I have my answer there.
Of all countries, I'm not putting
it's okay for us to condemn the action and that's something that's very prevalent to Nigerians with the Africans. We condemn the action, but we don't condemn the reason for the action.
I'm not landing now.
You cannot.
Let me land. Okay. So if we had been goals down, this is why I say you're right. Nobody will worry or wonder or even care if Osimhen even threw a punch to his teammate, although he shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But I'm only trying to, find a way so that you see exactly where I'm coming from. This kind of behavior on an international platform, right, shows that, one, maturity can be questioned. Shows that, look, for what it is, maybe ego is beginning to play far bigger role than professionalism. We don't want that. The idea of football and the idea of, like they say, the whole game, the AFCON, is to see that in the midst of all the problems we have in Africa,
can come together.
Yeah. So how do you tell another African country, look, I love you, you love me, there's one love, Africa, we're in peace, when even in your own team, there is a bit of friction? Do you think that whole issue started on the pitch there? No. It was a build-up from something else. You could see that, look, these guys already had issues that the coach should have handled before the match. So they already had bad blood in between them.
I doubt it's bad blood. I think it's just emotions, like I said.
That's what I'm saying.
You cannot, do something to me and then I react. Although, in the game of football, there is no rule that you have to pass to the other person or you have to give anybody the ball so they can score. In as much as we see football as, a team thing, it's still, there's still like a form of selfishness when it comes to it, because every player wants to score goals. Exactly. But for me, I do not encourage the behavior after what happened. But Nigerians should not take away the fact that if we were actually 0 goals down to Mozambique, nobody would care about what Osimhen did. How he reacted to whatever it was that Lookman did, that I do not, support. But the reason for the outrage, come on, we can't overlook that. They would. And because he said it, I still said that he said it, that you scored 2 goals already now. So why do you want to score another one? That was what even put me off. Like we there's no rule that because we are 2 goals ahead, we can't score more goals. But anyways, concerning the DR Congo man who had his hand up throughout the game, I must really say that's really brave. But I think they had their match with Uganda. I think after Uganda scored, almost, I think it was 1 hour, 19 minutes, he just had to like drop his hand, and it was really heartbreaking to really watch yesterday. But anyways, let's see. It's still unfolding. We don't know if Osimhen is going to leave the Nigerian team, or this is just ego. And men, you guys know how to settle things amongst yourself.
You know what? To be honest with you, I always say, look, when it comes to games like this, manage your emotions, end the story. Whether it's coming from the side of the fans, it's coming from the player or the coach. Do you know the coach had a choice when he saw that bad blood was already fueling? Just take one person off the pitch.
It was Osimhen that actually went to me, some like, substitute me, sub me.
You understand? So you could have done that since.
Well, the truth is, when you know, and really, it's not really a bad thing to brag about what you do. Like, when you're good at what you do, it's another need to brag about it. But away from the AFCONs, we have tons of 4 headlines up for you this morning. And the first headline reads, Naira posts best year in over a decade, up 7% in 2025. And Jonathan pledges active role in PDP, meets Turaki-led NWC. No ADC aspirant will step down ahead of 2027, says Atiku. And finally, Israel says Christian protection plan for Nigeria will focus on intelligence sharing. And those are the headlines that we have for you this morning.
Do you think Israel will really stick with just information?
Are we doing Israel again?
Anyways.
Are we doing Israel again? All right, I'm mentioning headlines that we have for you this morning. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at what the dailies are saying this morning. Don't go anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and still with me in the studio is
Onyeka Valentine.
All right. We're going to be starting off with the Business Day newspaper, of course, our sister company. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads, a Christmas Eve blaze leaves death, and devastation. A Christmas Eve blaze leaves death, and devastation. And that story is on page 14 of the Business Day newspaper. That's quite a sad one. And that story on the Business Day newspaper reads, how Otedola's exit from energy mirrors Elumelu's bold entry. And that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And we also have Nigeria's disinflation dividend comes with strings attached. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Finally, on the Business Day, we have T-bills bonds offer final yields play as rates cuts loom, and that is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And finally, 2026 outlook, how to invest in 2.61 trillion real estate market for 15% return, and that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Well, the Business Day is starting off with an investigation of the fire incidents that occurred during the festive period. That actually that this is very sad. That's why I'm short of words. That actually went with people's goods, livelihood, and monies. Think about it. I know somebody who I usually buy stuff from that was affected by this fire, and I must say it's very sad. When you see it from afar, or when you investigate and you see people talk about it, you don't really grasp the emotions that comes with having to lose properties and goods worth over 25 million naira. You don't really get it until you're close to somebody that really was in the loss. Yeah, and I must really give it to Business Day because as usual, Nigeria, when things like this happen, we move on from it. We cry and then we tell the government, oh, you have to do something. But after if you remember that we have problems of our own, and how much can we cry for an headache that is not really so I must really give it to them for bringing it up again. But as of this morning, or was it yesterday, I think a group of traders, when they got to the Balogun market, they actually found out that the stores in the markets were locked by the federal government without any prior notice in between. No prior notice, but I think the government is actually trying to finally find a solution as to why we keep having fire incidents in that area.
Debbie?
And from this investigation, we actually saw Ibabatunde, who is a widower with 3 children. And it's that sad that he had to borrow from his cooperative because he was thinking of expanding. Now imagine having to think that, oh, I'm going to be expanding my business. Let me take up loans to actually, get bigger in my business. And then a fire comes and takes everything away from you. What do you think about this?
As much as I hate to say it, really, because I know our viewers out there waiting to understand how we plan on presenting this to them. As much as we hate to say it, we'll have to say it. When Nigeria happens to you, it happens to you. And most of the time, right, we don't expect it to happen. But the fact that we know that it might happen, what do we do? It's easy to point fingers at the government and say, excuse me, government's response for this, for not responding very quickly. But what about the idea of preemptive movement? What about the idea of, I want to anticipate that anytime during the year, anytime during the month, there could be a fire, right? Maybe caused by a neighbor or something. So what will I do?
Or the weather.
What will I do? Right? Now, we see those shops. They're always clustered, as very close, right? Either it's a block that's just dividing them. The level in which, they are all cramped up, it's difficult for you to have quick response, right? However, for me, I think over time, the government has mentioned issue of making sure that every home has a fire extinguisher. Okay? Every shop should have its own fire extinguisher. Now, what is the security network in that area? They always say that, look, if you see something, say something. Right? People that live around that area, if at all you have people, or you have security people who actually look after the shops, they should be able to have, perceived, even if it's a wiring issue or, some electrical fire or something. Again, by the time the fire service could have found out, would have gone too far.
Yeah, there was actually delay of emergency response.
Exactly. So, and that's one thing. Another issue is that the link road to those areas are always very narrow.
Yeah.
And most of the time, during peak period of the day, you see the amount of cars parked left and right. So when they want to respond, when the fire service wants to respond, they are met with a lot of bottlenecks. When I say bottlenecks, I mean trying to get to those destinations is difficult. And so someone parks his vehicle, leaves it there because some tout has collected money and walks away with his key. And so when the vehicle comes, the truck comes to get access, to gain access there, it becomes a problem. And so they keep on navigating. Every second you waste, the fire, grows higher, and it gobs other, lives, produce other properties, and and goods and
also
everything.
Lives, because lives were lost in the fire.
So you see me stuttering because I'm quite emotional about it. Okay, but even though as broadcasters we're supposed to be calm and easy, but when lives are lost, even one life, it gives room for questioning. However, you can't throw everything at the government. The kind of electricity that we get, I always tell people, look, for what it is, when you run wiring within your homes, there are a lot of inferior, right, materials out there. When you run wiring, be careful, because sometimes the electricity will come on high voltage or low voltage, as the case may be. A simple bulb that will spark, or maybe there's some partial water going on. Before you know what's happening, if you have, let's say, a plastic ceiling board or whatever it is, or maybe you have asbestos or whatever it is that you have there that can easily go up in flames, you will never know where it can start from. Electrical fire is one of the most difficult ones to even tackle because you have light and there's something sparking there. You're going to pour water on it, it will electrocute you, right? So again, everything starts from each person. You see something, say something. Those who are the fire service people, they're not witchcraft. They're not wizards. They don't practice witchcraft.
Well, I would blame the government, because at the end of the day, the government is what are we going to say? The government is like the Lord when it comes to things. If the government comes tomorrow and say, you know what, there's no Balogo market again until we're done renovating, you and I know that every year, month to month, we are always having these fire issues. And this has gone for years, and the government has not done anything about it. So for me, if you cannot find a better way to fix the shops in between, to make it look like a proper, because Balogo is not a proper place. People that actually go there, it's very clustered, and I don't know how people actually manage to go. So if you cannot put the right infrastructure for people to buy and sell their goods, then they don't have any business trading there. So as the government, maybe because of the levies that they get, because you can imagine the number of levies you get from people that actually trade there. Maybe because of the levies, they think about it that, okay, if we actually close this down, how do we get these levies? How do we get this, monies that we get from? Exactly. So for me, if you cannot put the right infrastructure in place, then you have to blame for any casualty that happens. Like you said, the buildings are clustered. Some shops are actually under wires that, that they shouldn't be under. And the government sees this, because you can't tell me they don't see it. They see it. So I blame them for whatever casualty that these people face. And it's really sad that these people actually face over 5 billion naira goods and services loss.
I know
yeah.
The painful aspect is the fact that you've seen your whole life's work in flames. You want to move in there to go at least save something.
Yeah, that was a case of, I think, 3 friends. I think one of them got engulfed in the flames. I don't know if it's 1 or 3 of them, but I know, there was actually death. So it's really, really sad. If you cannot find a permanent solution as to how, bring town planners, let them build something different. And you know the irony of this, at the end of the day, if that even happens, because I can use the Ileko market as an example. Ileko market used to be very clustered. It used to be an open ground where everybody sells, you build your own small stores and all of that. The government came in and okay, we don't want this to be like this. It's rowdy. Good idea. You then build the shops and then you let it out for millions. Do these traders really have millions of naira and they decide to come and be trading? Let's even leave the whole, they have money, that's why they are coming to trade. I don't think so. Traders sell to get money. And when you look at the monies to make profits, when you look at the profit that they make, does it really amount to the amount that you want to give out the stores to?
Let alone after.
Do you get me? So it's the government. The government's always win in every way. You don't bring the right infrastructure. You use levies to kill the traders. If you put the right, exactly. You put the right infrastructures, and then you're actually killing them with the amounts that the stores will actually go for. So I think the government should do better. And it has come, this is 2026, it has come to the time where we shouldn't go on the news or check the dailies, and then what we are seeing is there's actually death, a flame somewhere in Balogun market. It's really sad. We should actually move on to greater issues that we have in the country. I'm not talking about fire engulfing a market in 2026.
And just to add to what you said, I think now that they now know the fire-prone areas, okay, it's almost happening every 6 months or so.
Everywhere is fire-prone.
Well, what I mean to say is, at least you don't hear fire outbreak in Ikoyi like that every six months, or something like that. Unlike how it happens in those market areas, especially Balogun area, especially
Balogun and yes.
So what I think they should do is, if already we have fire service stations there, there's nothing wrong if you have 3 or 5 or 6 more fire stations, positioned such a way that they can respond quickly. Also, I will tell you something. The reason why I think there's more fire outbreak is because it's a business area, and so you have more wirings running through. Because every shop wants to be properly lit. You have more activities going on.
If it's done right, we're not going to have it as much. That's just it. If it's done right. I'm talking about the fire service. But when the fire service got there, they found out that the hose where the water is going to pass through was not long enough. That simply means they didn't even get proper information as to where they are going to quench the fire. Anyways, yes, the next story here on the Business Day. This is looking good, something positive. 2026 outlook: how to invest in 2.61 trillion naira real estate market for 15% return.
This is a good one.
Yeah, very good one.
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
So a while ago, that was last year, sometime in December, I had a guest on Industry Focus, and we're talking about real estate business.
Okay.
That is the GM of a particular real estate company, Mr. Victor. And he mentioned this. He said, look, come 2026, Nigeria, and put this way, and its partners will begin to see more opportunities in the real estate business than they see in other.
But we hear that every year.
Now, this is the difference. The catch here is this, which also is a kicker, is that not only will it benefit everyone who has the eye to identify some opportunities, it will also help to boost the economy such a way that the economy can now confidently be sailing on a level of sustainability when it comes to that particular sector. So when I heard this, and I started on papers, I said to myself, this guy must be Michel Nostradamus, the guy who does a lot of predictions. Because, I mean, truth be told, it's as if what he said, just came out the way we saw on the papers, or what we're seeing right now on the paper. However, what does this mean? Does it mean that more investors want to come in? Does it mean that more banks want to give loans so that people can actually be able to, thrive in that particular sector? This report gives more room for us to begin to see other angles. Normally for me, I will now say there's something we're not seeing. But in this case here, I think we're seeing everything is clear enough, And I hope that those who are at home who really want to try real estate business will begin to key in 2026. There's a lot of opportunities. What do you think?
All right, real estate, they say it is. Now let's move to the Punch newspaper and see what the Punch newspaper is saying this morning.
All right, says ADC ticket, article rejects call to step down. Blast Tinubu. See that one on page 3. It says ADC ticket, article rejects call to step down. Blast Tinubu. Page 3. You can see that one. This one here says IG deploys newly promoted DIG, right? 17 CPs. You can see that in page 3 also. Then page 21, it says recapitalization huddle. Pension firms hunt for 277 billion naira lifeline. Recapitalization huddle. Pension firms hunt for 277 billion naira lifeline. That's a lot of money. And maybe they're targeting for this, which means, well, let's see how it goes. And then here it says VIP protection crisis, NSCDC. I saw this coming. NSCDC moves to recruit 30,000 officers. Why is that? Whenever there's an issue, or put this way, whenever there is, a way forward to make us great in this nation, right? Some people see opportunity to cash out.
It's not really to cash out. I think we should ask ourselves, right. The NSCDC, did they have enough hands in the first place before the responsibility of having to, move around with VIPs came?
That's a big question. That's a big question. So we want to assume that they had fewer officers.
Exactly, because we know that their responsibility was just, minor disagreements by the road, just minor things. They weren't really giving so a great responsibility.
They had responsibilities. Remember, it's also their job to make sure that most of our facilities, in some certain rural areas are.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. So it's not. Yeah, it's not really as how would I put it? It's not really. We know that this is what you're doing. Like the police and also the army, they have more responsibilities when it comes to protection of lives and also properties. So the question would have been, did they even have enough hands? Because and one thing with this administration that I have noticed is they always wake up and decide that, this is the way we are going to go.
Right.
There is no room for us to take it in. There's no room for us to balance and check that. Would this even work? How would they benefit the citizens? So for me, I don't think it's wrong that they want to recruit more hands.
30,000 officers.
Yeah, VIPs, we have lots of VIPs.
I mean, if you look at it,
you are one yourself.
Just to go out to say, Debbie needs VIP treatment.
No, you are the one. You are the VIP.
Interesting. All right, so there you have it. VIP protection crisis. NSCDC moves to recruit 30,000 officers. Page 2. All right, major headline here. It says electricity subsidy nears not 1, but 2. Wait for it. 2 trillion yearly. 2 trillion naira yearly. Page 9 and 20. Electricity subsidy nears 2 trillion naira yearly. That's a lot of money.
Lots of money.
It's a lot of money. I mean, when you think of the fact that, right, electricity itself is still epileptic, right? But yet, the subsidy is at this level. You begin to wonder, wait a minute. So then what are they subsidizing? Right? This amount of money.
How much do consumers pay?
That's my point. Although if you look at it, there are some companies that run directly with the national grid and they don't have backup. Well, they do have backup, but they want to rely on band A. And if you're on the band A,
well, you pay for it now because the writer to the story. The writer down. There's a writer to the story.
It says, so it says consumers pay 1.3 trillion naira for power in 6 months.
If I'm
I
paying
mean, outrageous.
Exactly. So that means we are paying in 6 months. That means 2.6 million naira. That's what consumers pay every year. So what are you subsidizing then?
Well, at least for what it is, if you run your mathematics here, and you actually want to catch up, you will realize that this 2 trillion naira.
We are the one paying for it.
Actually, it's not even. I think money should be even more than this.
Because it simply means that we are the one paying for it. But we are paying for it because I don't get when you say, oh, you're actually like subsidizing something. You mentioned that, some of these companies actually generate electricity directly from the grid.
Get electricity from the
You're
grid.
paying for it. There is no band A consumer here that would actually say they enjoy how they use their electricity. It's not true, because you have to pay through your nose to be able to get electricity. So I don't get where the subsidy is coming from, because if you calculate it, it simply means the 2 trillion naira, we are paying for it if we are paying 1.3 trillion naira in 6 months. Yeah, so I don't know where the subsidy, they really need to come and explain to us what they're actually subsidizing.
Okay, so come on, explain to us, federal government, so that our viewers will now say the money is being used for this or that. 2027, Jonathan pledged active role in PDP, says Turaki. 2027, Jonathan pledged active role in PDP, says Turaki. So now, for those of you back home that have been having some misgivings or yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now you have it right in front of you. It's very clear. Jonathan is gunning for a return. Return of the Joe.
No, active role. He has not really said.
Well, he's actively part of it, not necessarily saying I'm on the run.
Because we see the way people are actually deflecting to the ADC. So I think it's good that he actually come out to actually give his stance as to whether or not he's still with the PDP. So I really don't think Jonathan would run.
Well,
I really don't think so.
So when I say return of Jonathan, I'm not saying return to Asura. At least return back to active politics, and of course, you get to hear his name even more often.
Right.
At some point, he took the back seat as an elder statesman. Doing some really great work, moving to countries, mediating. Standing in as observers for other nations when they have their voting, exactly, voting system and whatever you want to call it, their election. So he has really been doing a very good job so far, and then of course getting some other global awards, going for some key. It kind of reminds me of what Obama is doing right now. When you have led a country and then you are out of office, you now assume that aura that someone can say this person is now an elder statesman,
right?
And they come to you for advice. But now he's saying things are not going too well. Let's come back and show them how it's done. We never can tell. Politicians are who they are. They're like the weather. Rain today, sun tomorrow. All right. It says here, Ekiti poll, opposition's parties threaten boycott over PDP exclusion. Ekiti poll, opposition's party threatens boycott over PDP's exclusion. You can see that one on page 22, right there on your TV screen. And then GNI fire, 3 siblings, of course, we already mentioned it already. 3 siblings burnt to death for burial. January 14th. How does that add up?
Yeah, burnt to death. Your burial will be in 14th of January.
Okay. All right. So here it says banditry. Of course, police free 6 vigilantes arrested by the army. So police free 6 vigilantes arrested by army. Page 4 and 5.
So why is the army arrested?
I was just going to say.
Are you not supposed to be working together?
Wait a minute. Is it possible that the reason why the army arrested them is because they found them in areas that are already compromised, where we're supposed to be tackling the Boko Haram?
Well, it reads banditry, so I think that is what it's going to be, because it's actually quite funny that the army would arrest vigilantes, because you are all security personnel, notwithstanding the hierarchy or the uniform. So I think that's what it is. But anyways, we're pressed with time. Let's now move to the Vanguard news newspaper. Let's see what the Vanguard newspaper is saying this morning. And the big story on the Vanguard newspaper reads, terrorists on rampage in Kwara, Katsina, Kaduna, many abducted. And the writer to the story reads, demand 300 million naira ransom for 7 abducted in Kwara. And also kidnapped photojournalists in Kaduna, and bloodbath averted. 3 IEDs uncovered in Mashego local government area of Niger State. And that story is on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. And also we have 5.36 million electricity customers remain without meters, NERC. And that story is on page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper. And U.S. operation in Venezuela undermined international law, and that is coming from the UN. NIIA foreign policy expert slams U.S. strike, Maduro's capture. And that is on page 9 and 8 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have Nigeria's democracy facing existential threat, and that is coming from Article, and that is on page 8 of the Vanguard newspaper. And also probe, police clear 6 vigilantes in Kwara. And that is on page 21 of the Vanguard newspaper. And also stop justifying violence, Catholic pontiff tells political leaders. This is actually very important. And we have that on page 11 of the Vanguard newspaper. And Oyo suspend monarch over illegal mining. And that is on page 10 of the Vanguard newspaper. And below the Vanguard newspaper, we have Rivers. You can't cry foul now. Turakis, PDP blasts APC over Wike. And Wike factions give APC scribes 48 hours to apologize. And that is on page 9 of the Vanguard newspaper. And also fulfilled establishing a world-class varsity affair Babalola, and that is on page 10. And COAS visits IBB Abdul Salami, Governor Bago, promises enhanced security, and that is on page 49. And finally, the AFCON, the 2025 AFCON, it's Super Eagles Algeria in quarter final, and that is on page 56 of the Vanguard newspaper. Like I said, the Vanguard has a way of having to break everything down. Yeah, so you see
if
really,
I might
clearly.
run a prediction.
Okay. I'm guessing on the AFCON?
Most definitely. What else would it be?
Okay.
Maybe on weekend. Oh, please. On AFCON. As much as, and this is just me being very honest.
Yeah.
And true confession, I'm not 100% a sports fan.
Of course.
Football fan like that. But however, when Nigeria is in the midst of everything,
you automatically
must come out. So, if I was to draw my prediction very quickly before we jump into the captain of the day, I would say Nigeria. Wonderful country, green, white, green. We are going to come back.
What is your prediction? How do you think the match is going to?
I've said no.
I think there are people waiting for you to. I mean,
the
man is waiting. So, how do you think the match is going to go? Are we going to? Is it going to be 0-0? Is it going to be 2 goals Nigeria and 0 to Algeria? And do you think Nigeria actually have the capacity with the feud going on? Do you think they have the capacity both physically and emotionally to actually take down Algeria?
So please, because I don't want to see any of our players get into altercation with our own players. So can we not aim for 4 goals? Let's spend at 3 goals. Because it looks as if once we enter anything has to do 4 goals, we'll have a quarrel.
Are you expecting to see Osimhen in this match?
If I don't see Osimhen, that would be what I call a misgiving in the part of the coach. The coach should not do what people expect him to do. He should do the unexpected, which is put Osimhen there.
All right.
It's called character development. So that he can do what? Manage his excesses. And by the way, I saw a video where as soon as he got into the changing room, they hugged each other and started, say, calm down, all's going to be well. And, so.
Is that video right? Because I
was AI?
Yes. See, there are lots of things that AI is doing.
Right.
And it blows my mind every single day. Now we don't know what is true and what is not true anymore. When the AI thingy started, we're able to identify that. Now AI now, this is AI.
They weren't really perfect like that.
But now
they are perfecting it. It's almost looking like 100%
telling you. So we really have to be careful out there until the source of the video, that's the characters in the video actually come out to say, oh yeah, that's really my video and it's not AI. That's when I'm going to actually believe. But before
those watching at home, how are they sure that we're not doing AI?
I am not. I am Deborah Eze, that you know. So I am not AI. All right,
AI generated.
Before we go, I would really like us to talk about Wike crying foul. Okay. Now, did you see that coming? I think it's given you prepare a table and now you're eating on the table. So why then are you complaining?
So when it comes to Wike, anyone who follows or who has been following his trajectory for a while, his style of politicking, will know that the man is not someone who, if you say he should be ashamed, those things don't get to him.
Right.
Today he's in this camp, tomorrow he's in the other camp. Today he's telling you for, and tomorrow he's demonstrating against. So he's a man of all weather. And let's be honest, I'll give it to him. For him to have at the age that he's right now, still have the energy to be able to, follow through issues to the very latter. I see him as someone who micromanages. When I saw the video of him and Yerima, you could tell that, look, he should have even gone the class, then somebody else. But he likes to micromanage. He likes to be the one to give those instructions and at the same time get direct experience from the least person.
Right.
If not, why would the 7th minister leave Abuja and still want to be more particular and partisan and of course more involved in ground local politics in River State?
All right, let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. What do we have on the cartoon of the day this morning? Very interesting one.
Speaking of AI.
No, I think this is not AI. This is actually creativity.
The story.
Okay. I know it's a robot.
Yes, so it says here.
Using the poor quality image of Hope attached, recreate an enhanced version.
He has given the prompts now.
And said, okay, here it comes. Your image is ready. A radiant, renewed hope. Click on it to view and download. This is chat.
There you go. Meanwhile, it says the office. The special assistant on information, that essay on information and strategy.
Yep.
The man is now using AI. What does
it like I said, when it comes to policies in Nigeria, when it comes to dishing out policies to the citizen, they don't. It's AI. AI in the sense that you just whatever it is that you tell AI delivers. It doesn't matter whether it makes sense or not. It has an answer for you. And I think they take the answer and then they just dish it out to Nigerians that, okay, this is what it's going to be. Now imagine you are like, okay, show them renewed hope. And a more advanced version, the hope is not even as clear.
So
it is not even clear.
So what this means for me is, look, AI does not create original answer. It simply gurgitates what has been put out there on the internet.
I disagree.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, it takes information and does what? And prepares and gives to you. It doesn't think. It actually collates from different researches that have been put on the internet. And also, it can't see the future. It can't see the future, not at all. It is artificial intelligence. Artificial. However, what this means is that if it can help us, be able to mitigate the issue of delays when it comes to research, delays when it comes to, putting out not just, proper information or also proper decisions that can help the country move forward. If AI can help, why not? AI is a big industry now. And if we are able to use it and use it well, which already people are doing already, those content creators, they can create that.
It has nothing to do with AI.
No, hold on.
Okay.
I'm heading somewhere. I'm just giving you, the benefits and of course the downsides of AI.
Okay.
However, to bring it back home and relate it to the cartoon, I would simply say, although there's some level of sarcasm in the cartoon, that's how it should be, but if using AI can help us achieve some major milestones for better leadership, for better governance, and of course, less expensive governance, because cost of governance is too much. If you can help us to manage governance such a way that we can be able to spend less money, right? Let me tell you, do you know what it is having an office of over 100 persons, right? Collecting salaries. And the delay that we still experience in those ministries, right, is costing government so much money. If AI can do it, and just 3 persons with the proper prompting, then go ahead. We save that money that we're throwing on those so-called, some of them are even ghost workers, we don't know them. Take that money and put into healthcare. Take that money and put into our infrastructure. Right?
This just has to do with the information that the government actually gives out. If you can see on the AI, it says Office of the Image Enhancer to the federal government. So the minister, let's say to the information, whoever is here on the cartoon, is actually asking for prompts for an image that is already stained, in the sense that we all know how the government is. But of course, the Minister of Information right here on the cartoon wants to fine-tune the already poor and bad image. I think that's just what the cartoon is trying to say. For instance, look at the tax. We're running out of time. Look at the tax issue. We kept on having different, takes and what is going to be, how it's going to be, what is not going to be on it. And even after it started, people are starting to see that what was explained to them is not the way it is. So for me, that is AI generated. If you cannot give me an information that is that goes according to what you said, that means you're a robot. I think that's what the cartoon is trying to say. Anyways, thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is Business Morning. To stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there, There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You're welcome to the Business Morning segment right here on The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. We are live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. The Naira recorded its strongest annual performance in over a decade in 2025, appreciating by more than 7% against the United States dollar, supported by wide-ranging foreign exchange reforms implemented by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Data published by the Apex Bank showed that the local currency strengthened by 7.4% or 105.61 during the year to close at 1,435 naira 75 kobo per dollar on Wednesday, the final trading day of 2025, compared with 1,541 naira 0.36 traded at the start of the year on January 2nd, 2025. The positive momentum extended into the new year with the Naira hitting an all-time high of 1,419.06 on Tuesday, January 6, 2026, marking 1 year since the commencement of the electronic foreign exchange management system. The data showed that the currency appreciated by 0.7% or 10 naira 24 kobo from 1,429 naira 30 kobo quoted at the close of trading on Monday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. And moving on, former President Goodluck Jonathan on Tuesday pledged to play an active role in the People's Democratic Party. The national chairman of the party, Kabiru Turaki, revealed this while briefing journalists in Abuja on Tuesday after a closed-door meeting with the former president. Turaki described Jonathan as a great asset to the party, noting that the former president had agreed to play active roles in the party under the current arrangement. According to reports, the visit followed renewed efforts to persuade the former president to become more actively involved in the party's affair. And still on, Atiku Abubakar has said no aspirant in the African Democratic Congress will withdraw from the party's presidential race ahead of the 2027 elections, rejecting reports that he is under pressure to step aside for a southern candidate. In a statement issued on Tuesday by his media advisor, Paul Ibe, Atiku accused the ruling All Progressives Congress of attempting to weaken opposition parties ahead of the polls. In his words, the ADC would allow all qualified aspirants to contest freely once the party begins its candidate selection process, adding that no individual will be compelled to step down. And to end the news, Israel has moved to calm concerns in Nigeria after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his government could help protect Christian communities in countries where they face persecution, including Africa's most populous nation. Michael Freeman, Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, revealed that the proposed engagement with Abuja would center on intelligence sharing and close cooperation with Nigerian authorities, not unilateral action. Netanyahu raised the issue last week during a meeting with evangelical Christian leaders in Florida, where he described Christians in several countries as being persecuted and presented Israel as uniquely positioned to offer protection. The Prime Minister specifically mentioned Nigeria, a country already battling years of deadly attack by armed groups across several regions. And still to come after the break, Forex, stocks or crypto. Where should new African traders focus in 2026? Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. With rising youth interest in financial markets, more Africans are asking a critical question: where should a new trader begin? Forex remains popular across the continent. Stocks are gaining renewed attention through local exchanges and global platforms, while crypto, despite regulation concerns, continues to attract young tech-savvy investors. But in 2026, with tighter regulations, evolving technology, and changing global markets, which of these options truly makes sense for beginners in Africa? To help us break this down, we're joined by Adetola Freeman Ogunkule, is the CEO, EZFX Technologies. Good morning, Adetola. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning, Deborah. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's start off with this. In 2026, how would you describe the trading landscape for new African traders?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think for 2026, the landscape is a bit more engaging. It's a bit more sensitive because, wherever there's there's a collection of people. Wherever there's a group of people, it means that there's money to be made, all right? But at the same time, it means that there is going to be increased risk. So as more people are coming on board, it means that there's going to be more liquidity, but at the same time, with more liquidity comes, increasing risk and the need to exercise more caution, more deliberate caution. So I think the landscape is becoming more encompassing, but at the same time, there's need for new traders to learn the ropes first, basically. Thank you.
So if you had to rank Forex, stocks, and crypto for beginners today, what would that ranking look like and why?
I think my ranking would begin with Forex, then stocks, and then finally crypto. And the reason why in particular is because I'm going to specify based on three different things. First of all is the liquidity, and the second is the profit potential, and then the third is the amount of knowledge required before one can venture into this. So I think Forex for me has the lowest entry bar. You don't need to do too much or know too much to begin. And at the same time, there's a balanced amount of liquidity and profit potential. And then the risk is not as pronounced as what you have in a volatile system like cryptocurrency. Stock is in the last place because stock is majorly for preserving wealth. It's not for making money per se. All right, so stock is a form of investment that you venture into because you have made money and you're trying to give that money longevity. All right, so it's not the best option for someone who is just beginning their money-making journey. All right, so that would basically be my ranking: Forex, then crypto, then stocks.
Take our focus to Forex. Forex trading remains very popular in Africa. So what makes it attractive and what are the biggest misconceptions new traders have had about it?
Thank you for that. It's actually a question that cuts to the heart of why there's still some bit of resistance to full-on adoption of Forex in the African markets. I think one of the things that makes it attractive is the fact that Africa is home to a large population of people, all of whom are seeking income earning structures and systems. All right, and there is that hunger to be able to earn an income, a sustainable income. So I think that's the major attraction factor, and the fact that Forex gives you access to a form of hedging, all right, against domestic inflation and other factors that can compromise, the value of your income. So I think that's what makes Forex attractive. But talking about what misconceptions people may have, the first is that it's a get-rich-quick scheme. That once you get in 3-6 months, you're making money, you're settled. That's one misconception. Another misconception is that Forex is gambling. All right, Forex is not gambling. It's actually designed to be structured decision making based on available data, which means that in order to be able to make that decision, I need to be able to properly analyze the data presented to me, either fundamentally, technically, or based on comparative analysis. But basically, the misconception, those are two misconceptions that I would like to cover. The misconception that it's a get-rich scheme, we get-rich-quick scheme, and then the other one that it's just gambling, basically. So those are the two, basically. Thank you.
All right, so still on Forex, with leverage being both an advantage and a risk, because you can agree with me that when it comes to both Forex stocks, there's actually like a lot of risks to it. So do you think Forex is still beginner friendly in as much as, the advantage and risk is also there?
Okay, let me start by saying risks have never prevented humans from doing things. In fact, I found that over the years, risky adventures or risky ventures seem to be, the most promising for a lot of people. So to address the question to the art, the fact that it is risky to travel by road does not mean that the car parks don't get filled every weekend. All right, as long as you have some form of guidelines, as long as you have some form of safety measures that have been put in place, All right, the risks are not supposed to hinder you. Right, the risks are not usually debilitating. So the main thing when it comes to leverage as a risky factor is understanding and putting in place safety guidelines that help you protect yourself, all right, which is what we call risk management in the world of trading. All right, so once you are able to do that, it means that you are able to marginally, reduce the risk of, your venture in the forex market.
Let's now move to stocks. We understand that the African stock markets are slowly opening up, and also global stocks are more accessible than it used to be. So are stocks underrated among young African traders? Do you think it is?
Honestly, yes, it is. But the reason, like I said earlier, is that stocks are not designed for short-term gains. All right. If you compound your dividends over time, that's when your stocks begin to actually look valuable. Okay. Stocks are investment vehicles for those who already have the funds and are making efforts to preserve it, all right, across generations, while they are able to compound for 10, 15 years. The question is, how many young people are able to or are willing to want to compound, their 100,000, 200,000, 500,000? How many people are willing to compound it for the next 10, 15 years? All right. So these are some of the factors. It's not as quick as vehicles like forex and crypto, and that's why a lot of young people are not really opening up to it, because the barrier still exists. How do I wait for 5, 6, 10 years before I see the result of my effort? And you are familiar with the African economy and how everyone is trying to also, all right, to get out of the trenches, as it were. So I think that's the reason why there's not so much adoption of the stock exchange market as yet.
So what should beginners understand about patience, capital, and time when entering the stock market?
The first thing is, no matter how hungry I am, if what I am cooking is beans, all right, I'm going to have to wait. Having long-term financial goals is usually the beginning of this kind of things. When you have long-term financial goals, you have a stable job. Let's begin with that. You have a stable source of income, which makes budgeting easy. All right, and then based on your budgeting, you can split your income into, needs, wants, which is under your expenses bracket. So needs and wants under expenses bracket, then savings, all right, against unforeseen circumstances, and then investments. All right, but then under your investment bracket, you need to have at least 2 vehicles, which is going to be your short-term investments and then your mid-term or long-term investments. So if you don't have a stable income source yet, then looking at investments would be practically impossible, because investments take time. So to be able to understand how the stock market works, I would recommend that more youths get to open up to the idea of 9 to 5. I know many of the people who want to engage in the forex, crypto market, and the likes, many of them do not enjoy the idea of 9 to 5, which is one of the reasons why they are trading in the first place. All right, but my belief is that, like Scripture says, if you have not been faithful in another man's business, you will give you your own. All right, which is one of the reasons why I believe there's a lot of unruly behavior among traders, because they've not learned what it means to earn an income. They've not learned, the discipline required to maintain a financial state of life. So that's basically my recommendation. Many more people need to open up to the idea of, having, a regular, stable source of income. And then from there, it becomes easier to be able to set aside something for investments, basically.
All right, let's now move to crypto. Crypto continues to attract young people, like you said, despite volatility and regulation concerns. So in 2026, do you think crypto is more of an investment tool or a speculative asset?
All right. Thank you for that question. It's actually very interesting. But I'm going to answer it like this. Crypto is majorly a very broad industry. All right. It's a very broad environment. You have different layers of crypto. You have layer 1 and layer 2 cryptos. You have different segments. You have different projects, you have developer apps, you have, so for me, crypto is so broad a term that, making a specific comment about, the crypto itself as either an investment vehicle or a speculative asset is going to be unfair. All right. So what I'm going to say is there are some crypto assets that are actually investment assets. All right, because based on their utility and adoption, there is proof, there is solid proof of concept. All right, that this has a potential of increasing in value. Whereas there are others that are basically speculative, vehicles that you can just quickly put in some funds, flip it or double it, and then you withdraw your assets back. So it's actually both, to be honest.
Risks do African traders often underestimate when entering the crypto market?
All right. I think one major thing that they underestimate is many of them don't realize that leverage, especially in the crypto market now, is a two-way street. All right, it can either help you or hurt you. Most forex traders are familiar with leverage, but when most crypto traders begin to trade, especially the futures aspect of crypto trading, they become greedy. All right, so that's basically one of the things. You want to do $100,000 to $10,000 in 1 month, and then because of that, they want to select a very high leverage without paying attention to the fact that increasing the leverage also increases your risk exposure. All right, so these are some of the factors that we need to educate more people about if we're going to see better adoption of these industries in the African continent. But in summary, to be honest, I think we just need to encourage more people to learn about these things. So first thing is the one I just described. All right, then the second thing that is an hindrance to crypto adoption is the fact that even for people like us, when we were initially trying to go into this industry, there was a lot of pushback, especially from people around us. All right, so there are a lot of youths who are interested but cannot do it because the environment is, pumping their mind with fear, with doubt, and things like that. So I think those are the two major barriers that are constituting a hindrance to better adoption.
Now, for someone starting with limited capital, which market actually offers the best learning curve without excessive risk?
Well, I'm going to be a bit biased, but basically for me, remember what we're talking about here is short-term gains, one. We're also talking about the learning curve. So it's not just about the wins, it's also about the learning curve. So if we're going to look at the balance between I'm winning, but at the same time, I'm still learning, and it's easier for me to learn. I think Forex fits, it just ticks that box perfectly.
Should beginners focus on one market first or learn all three at the same time? And I'm talking crypto, stocks, and Forex.
Well, that's another issue with beginners, all right? The need to be, all over the place. What I found that works best is that it's important to first of all understand how factors like demand and supply influence economic decisions. All right. So it begins with one market. That's what I would like to say. It begins with one market. You cannot, as a learner or as a beginner, you cannot be trying to learn 3 different things at the same time. It's like learning to drive a car, a school bus, and a truck as someone who's just learning how to drive. You're most likely going to get involved in an accident, all right? Because all 3 vehicles require 3 different perspectives of, driving, 3 different approaches to it, all right? So you must be able to learn and master one first before you then diversify, basically.
Okay, so how do factors like regulation, internet access, and also dollar scarcity, and bring it down to education, how do you think it affects the African traders differently from global market?
To be honest, I think African traders, when it comes to regulations now, I think African traders probably have it a little bit better, all right, because the tax adoption in Africa, all right, compared to places like Europe and the UK, it's not so stern, all right, as it is because I have students, across the world, And some of them pay as much as 40, 50% taxes where they believe, all right, even on profits accrued from their trading portfolios, all right, which means that over there it is unforgiving for you to, record consistent losses or back-to-back losses, all right, so that's one thing. But internet access, I think that is becoming a thing of the past gradually because there's better broadband access, all right, across Africa now. But I think the major setback that we are still experiencing is regarding education. Okay, because of the noise on social media, it's really difficult to identify who is who. All right, it's really difficult to be able to understand who is there for you and who is there to just prey on you. All right, and I'm referring to new traders now. So they don't have the ability to make the smartest decision when it comes to selecting who they learn from. All right, and that's basically because there's a lot of noise on social media. All right, so I think education is still the biggest setback.
All right, so if you were advising a 22-year-old African trader who is about to start in 2026, what would be your one clear recommendation for him or her?
Okay, amongst these three markets, I believe. All right, my recommendation would be start with Forex. Always, all the time. Why? Because Forex, because of how long it's been around, all right, there are tools and innovations and technologies that have been developed within that niche, within that ecosystem that can help improve your learning. All right, a lot of people who trade stocks and crypto are not familiar with paper trading. All right, but if you ask any random trader, they will tell you, oh, do you have a demo account? They can relate to that, all right, which is also a form of paper trading. All right, so what people don't know is that when it comes to crypto and stocks, you can learn it without using your own money. But because of the fact that, like I said, education is scarce, so many people don't know that. So they end up learning with their hard-earned income, all right, which makes losses a lot more painful than it needs to be. All right, so my recommendation is still going to be Forex any day, anytime. I've been in the industry for over a decade, basically. So that's
Finally, Adesola, before I let you go, what is the biggest mistake that you see new traders make, and how can they avoid it?
The biggest mistake. I think the biggest mistake is the illusion of arrival. All right, this I don't arrive mentality, and I'm going to explain. So when you newly begin trading, maybe you've been on a demo account for 2-3 months, you've learned, that overconfidence creeps in and you feel like, oh, once I fund money, once I start real trading, I'm going to become a millionaire in the next 3 months. I'm going to become a billionaire in the next 8 months. I'm going to start attending conferences with Dangote. And because of that, some of them actually get lured into the idea of either borrowing money to trade, all right, or taking investments from people who trade. All right, they go around and say, okay, you give me some money there, I'm going to put it into Forex, I'm a pro trader. In fact, you see someone who is still learning, all right, he already changed his name on social media to so FX, all right, so FX, all right. So it's a big mistake because at the end of the day, many of them get into unnecessary debts, all right, and they have to repay for several years. That's if they are able to. All right, and the Forex market is unforgiving. Your losses are not refundable. All right, it's like tuition, it's not refundable. So the biggest mistake is becoming overconfident too early. All right, you need to understand that the potential for losses will always exist. All right, no guaranteed trade. There is no trade you take that is 100% assured of a revenue or of a return. All right, so you need to exercise caution every single time, no matter how much experience you have built. So that would be my statement.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Adetola Freeman Ogunkunle is the CEO, EZFX Technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Right, still to come after the break, managing change in a digital economy, why most transformations fail. Just stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. we send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for today. Across Africa and the world, organizations are investing heavily in digital transformation, from automation and data analytics to artificial intelligence and remote work systems. Yet, despite the spending and ambition, studies consistently show that most digital transformation efforts fail to deliver their intended result. So why do so many organizations struggle with change in a digital economy? Is the problem technology or people, leadership, and culture? To help us unpack this, we're joined by Babajide Duro Emmanuel. He's the founder and principal, Tiacom Consulting. Good morning, Babajide. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. It's a pleasure.
Let's look at the big picture. When we talk about managing change in a digital economy, what does that really mean for organizations today?
So, well, when you talk about change, what does it mean, particularly for businesses and organizations? We know that, we're in the digital era, right? And there's so much about digital technology. We have AI, we have cloud, we have the cloud, we have data analytics, we have AI, and so businesses or organizations are looking to leverage on this technology for to their own advantage. And so, what does this mean for an organization going through?
I think we lost Babajide for a minute. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if we can still connect with him. Just stay with us.
Change.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome back. This is still Business Morning. Before we went on that break, we were speaking to Babajide, and he was giving us the big picture, talking about managing change in a digital economy. Babajide, are you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry for the breaking transmission. So yes, I was saying that this is digital era. There's a lot of talks going on here and there about digital technology. And when you look at industries, you look at banking, you look at the retail sector, you look at FMCG, you look at insurance and the other sectors, right? Digital technology is currently disrupting industries and sectors globally, not just in Nigeria. And so organizations are looking to leverage on new technologies to up their game and, improve their business process, right? So the process by which an organization looks to, leverage on the technology, because they were not used to it before, and now bringing in new technology to solve problems or accomplish a business objective. This is called change. And the process in which this happens, the period in which from the visioning to the execution is, and even beyond, is what's called change management.
All right, so why do most digital transformation projects fail? And this is despite access to better technology. What do you think they fail?
Well, because when you are, when you are embarking on a change, process, project, you usually, people only talk about or think about of that. People only talk about the technology, but usually there's a lot that, needs to be considered when embarking on a change project. We are talking about the people, basically, like the same leadership, everything rises and falls on leadership. So also in change management, everything rises and falls on the people, right? So usually when you don't consider the people, some organizations would, bring a new technology and would expect that the people just embrace it, and all. It does not work that way. It starts from the people, from the stakeholders. Now, talking about the management, that's leadership, talking about the employees, talking about the customers. So, the people have to be considered to accomplish success. So when the people, like for instance, I remember we had a project some time ago. It was for a tertiary healthcare institution. And, we was when we started the project, we realized that, the people there, that's the senior staff of the organization, they were initially resistant to the change, right? And you would wonder why. Eventually, when we, found out, it was because, they thought it was some like new technology that was going to probably make work tougher for them. So we had to now start, speaking to them and, sharing the vision of why and how this new technology was necessary or important at the time. And, they got the, they eventually got interested and, and got, got our buy-in, and, we were able to win them over, and, the project was a success, right? So, people need to be considered when embarking on a change management process. So,
how critical do you think leadership commitment is in driving successful digital change?
Leadership is very important because, the leaders in the organization are the change champions, right? Nothing happens if the leadership is not involved. So, and it's not just, just about, signing off in the project. That's very important because they are the champions of the change, right? And so, the leaders need to share the vision of why, right? They need to share the vision of why, like, why should we embark on this change, why should we adopt this new technology, right? And also, they need to be there for communication, right? It's not just when starting, but even like because the culture as well, they drive the culture. They need to be there and very much involved in all of the process. So, leadership is very important to drive the culture, to provide the necessary resources, to also, inspire the people to adopt the new technology, and also to be the #1 champions of the change as well. So yes, leadership is very important.
Experience, how does organizational culture either enable or sabotage transformation?
Yes, it does. So when we talk about people, I mean, people are the ones involved. Culture is about the people, right? So, the culture in our organization. Let's say, for instance, an organization that, the employees have always been, used to using paper and all of that, or, working in a certain way and all of that. Then you're just bringing up this new technology or this new way of working. I mean, there has to be a shift in the culture, and that shift happens with a shift in mindset, right? The mindset of the people in the organization. So, I mean, before even talking about the technology, a lot has to, go in place. The people, the culture, before you start talking about implementing a new technology and all of that. So, I mean, there needs to be a shift, a conscious shift in the organizational in the culture. There needs to be a shift. There needs to be like a sensitization, and the people have to be involved and all that. So yeah, culture is very important. Without that culture, you could start well, but I mean, you won't accomplish your goal. So yes, it's an important factor when considering the change.
So many companies focus on buying new technology. Why is that often not enough?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, it's not just about the technology, right? It's not just about the technology, because I mean, you can't bring in a new technology and expect that people would take it, right? Because I mean, organizations do that, and they force their employees and say, okay, this is a new technology. I mean, that's not enough, because the aim of a new technology is to accomplish a business objective, right? To accomplish a business goal. So, I mean, a new technology should solve a problem. It's either you are you're improving your customer service, or you're reducing cost, or you are improving your business process, and all of that. So, I mean, you have to, answer the question of why before, the question of why and how, before you now start talking about new technology. So when you bring in technology first before the why and how, I mean, that's really, that would lead to failure. That would lead to failure.
So are the reasons for failure different for African organizations compared to global firms?
Well, yes, they are actually, because I mean, there are general there are general reasons for failure, whether it's the local firms or the global organizations. And also global organizations have leadership problems. They have they have leadership problems, they have the people problem, and communication, culture, and all that. That's global. But then, so when you bring it to the local context, I mean, there are a couple of reasons why, when you bring it to our local organizations, right? You're talking about infrastructure. There's infrastructure gap. I mean, you could, go to a bank. I know it happens often, and they are telling you that there's no network, something like that. That's the internet, power and all of that. So I mean, so that's a local problem. There's also something about lack of access to capital, right? I mean, because I mean, there's a technology an organization needs, and it's going to really help them, afford it. And this is a call to the people here. We need more solutions, right? You could imagine, you're paying because of the, what's it called? Naira to dollar ratio now. You are paying a lot just trying to, use the technology that was built in the US and all of that. That would, cost to be reduced when we have these same solutions and, solving problems here built by the people here. So yes, lack of capital and also, okay, I already mentioned the culture and all of that. Then the skill gap as well. It's, people are, people don't want change as well.
All right, thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Babajide Duro Emmanuel is the founder and principal Theacom consultant. And that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at Forex, stocks, or crypto. Where should new African traders focus in 2026? And also managing change in a digital economy, why most transformations fail. So my take today will be centering on Forex, stocks, or crypto. Where should new African traders focus in 2026? Every other young African today is either trading Forex, buying crypto, or asking which stock will blow. So the question for 2026 is simple. Where should new traders really be focusing? So here's my take. The problem is not what people are trading, it's how they are entering the market. Forex remains the most accessible. Low capital, 24 hours trading, and plenty of online education. But let's be honest, leverage has wiped out more beginners than bad luck ever will. Let's talk about stocks. They are slower, less exciting, but far more forgiving. So if you're patient and disciplined, stocks actually teach you how money works, not just how fast it disappears. Then there's crypto. It sits somewhere in between. Big opportunities, yes, but also big hype, weak regulation, and extreme volatility. So if you're starting out in 2026, my advice is simple. Learn with stocks, build discipline with Forex, and treat crypto with caution. Because in the end, markets don't reward excitement. They reward education and control. And the Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do stay tuned.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
You're welcome to the Breakfast Show. This is the Breakfast Show, and this is the big story. I am Deborah Eze. For years, when Nigerian students thought of studying abroad, the destinations were almost automatic: the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, Australia. But in 2025, that familiar pattern changed. More Nigerian students began looking away from these traditional destinations and instead turned their attention to Schengen countries like Finland, Malta, France, and Germany. This shift did not happen by accident. It followed months of tightening visa rules, rising rejection rates, higher fees, and shrinking post-study work opportunities across the so-called Big Four. This morning, we're asking a simple but important question. Why did Nigerian students pivot to Schengen countries in 2025? And what does this shift tell us about the future of international education for Nigerians? And joining us to unpack this is Ngozi Ekugo. She's a senior correspondent covering the labor markets and international education right here in Business Day. Ngozi, thank you so much for joining us on The Big Story.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you very much for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, from your reporting, how significant was this shift in 2025? Was it a gradual change, or did something snap that pushed students to suddenly rethink their options?
Okay, well, from observation, it was quite, it was gradual, but I think over the last 2 years, that's 2024, 2025, it became very, the denial rates among the big four countries was massive. For instance, in the UK, you see that there were about, there was like 48% decline in the issuance of study visas in 2025, which is very huge. In Canada experienced, the US experienced a 24% decline. But previously, you would have found out that between 2020 and 2021, UK, for instance, issued 14,000 study visas. It grew to 32,000 in 2021. it became massive in 2022. 57,000 study visas were issued. But now in 2025, I mean, just last year, the decline was massive. They only issued about 2,800 study permits, study visas. That's for the UK. So it was between 2000, after the pandemic, till 2022, 2023, the study visas really rose drastically, but then it began a gradual decline from that 2022 to 2025. It became very bad last year.
What specifically changed in 2025 that made the UK, the US, and Canada feel less accessible to Nigerian students than they were in the previous years?
Last year, I mean, was a lot of talk about migration, immigration, illegal migration. The talks were just going on and on, especially in the United States, and obviously the UK was already beginning to speak about tightening immigration rules even in 2024. What really changed last year was there was a lot of issues they found, a lot of students overstayed their visas. Ideally, I think for the UK, once you have your study permits, you're expected to stay for like 2 years, but it reduced to 18 months, but there were people that overstayed. They also found that people were there were people who came to the UK. Many people migrated to the UK to work as care workers, and there was a lot of false, misleading jobs. There were many people who came in, paid so much money to fraudulent recruiters. So that raised a lot of issues. So generally, then housing, the cost of housing too, especially in Canada. There was a shortage of housing. They complained about that. They complained about, people overstaying their visas as well. People bringing in their dependents, even though it had been stopped in the UK and Canada. So then a lot of illegal migration generally, globally. So that really informed why the policies became stricter and tighter for these 4 countries: US, UK, Canada, and Australia.
Okay, so Canada recorded nearly 50% drop in study permits issued to Nigerians, while the US also saw a sharp decline, according to your report. So what were the main reasons behind these numbers?
Okay, so for the US, with Trump's administration, Trump came into power last year, and he had his firm stance on immigration. In fact, even for students who are already in the US, they found those who probably drove under the influence of alcohol, those who were supporting radical movements and things like that. A lot of their visas were revoked. That's for students already in the schooling in the US. So obviously this, and then there was a ban on, issuance of visas, obviously. So Nigeria became a country of, or labeled a country of particular concern, and so many things they found, and also regular migration. They found that Nigerians were coming to the US to give birth to children, to attain their citizenship. So this was stopped. I mean, Nigeria, one of the countries that they found to do this a lot. Many Nigerians were found to do that. So I think generally the body language of the United States just indicated that for now, they're okay with their numbers, and they're even looking to deport people. So if that made it difficult for even study visas to be issued, even many travel agents have spoken to, said they were advising their clients not to consider other countries apart from the United States. So for Canada, there was this housing crisis. They felt that many immigrants were coming and taking over their accommodation, their housing, and they felt that they had reached the cap, they had reached their limits because prior the previous years, there was the express entry, even though it's still on. Many Nigerians migrated to Canada through the express entry system, where you based on your experience and your qualification and work experience, you could move to Canada and then get jobs, and then 3 years down the line, get your permanent residency, and then get your citizenship. But they felt that they had already opened the doors to a lot of migrants, not just from Nigeria, from Asia, India, China, and other African countries, and other Southern American countries. So I guess those were the real reasons many people the country itself kind of started having tighter immigration controls. Because you'll always find in the news, Mark Miller, the former immigration minister, always coming up with updates on new policies and all of that. But for Canada, there were some provinces like Quebec and Newfoundland. Quebec is majorly a French-speaking province in Canada. So, they are not really seeing a large influx of people coming in. So I think they are a bit more accessible, if you're thinking of migrating to Canada. I mean, perhaps Quebec and Newfoundland are probably provinces that may offer, immigration, and may offer work permits to immigrants. So, yeah.
As the doors appear to close in the traditional destinations, students began looking into Schengen countries. So why places like Finland, Malta, France, and also Germany, what are they offering that students feel they can no longer get elsewhere?
Okay, so I mean, these Schengen countries, people feel like their application process is easier, and there's post-work study opportunities. Like once you finish your study, you're able to stay back in the country and work, which other countries, the other big 4 countries have stopped. Also, their fees, tuition for most of these countries is significantly lower than the big 4 countries. Even Germany, for instance, they've got some tuition-free universities. Finland as well. And then, these countries too, although they have their they have their national country, their language, their national language, indigenous language. English is widely spoken. So Nigerians are beginning to become more favorably disposed to Nigerians. Nigerians are beginning to look into these countries. In fact, you have some universities in these countries that teach in English, so it's becoming attractive. So that and the post-study work option, cheaper tuition, and I think also once Nigerians are able to get into those countries and have their post-study work visas, work after schooling, they're able to even get their permanent residency, which is a big plus. And I believe that would even be a better way to even apply to the big 4, the Canada, US, UK, later on.
All right, Germany in particular has emerged as a major destination, and lower tuition, clearer work pathway, more predictable immigration rules. So is Germany deliberately positioning itself as an alternative to the big 4?
Yeah, sure. Germany is. Germany is a superpower. Germany is one of the strongest, has a very strong economy in Europe, even stronger than the United Kingdom. But Germans know that many people do not speak the language. Many people in Africa do not speak their language, and they're very proud of their language. They really want people to understand their culture, their language. So they're really positioning themselves now, especially with the tuition-free university there. And I think they have favorable tax system there, very favorable. So it's really, they are deliberately doing this. You know, they also have what you call the opportunity card, which is like a visa that you can get to stay in the country for some months, even without a job offer, to take a job, to look for a job, you know. So I know they are very big on STEM, engineering, engineering and science. So they're really employing a lot of people in that field, in the technical field, technical and science fields. So Germany is being very deliberate about it. They're superpower. They want people to learn their language. They want people to, and they want to appear more open and friendly. Because in the past, in the years past, I mean, they were seen as a very rigid country, but they're really now trying to absorb migrants.
From your interviews with travel agents and education consultants, many now actively advise students to avoid applying to the UK and the US. So how unusual is that shift in guidance?
I mean, how unusual is what, sorry?
Usual is that shift in guidance, as this travel agents and also educational consultants advising students to avoid applying to the UK and the US. Do that, or it's very unusual?
Yeah, it's pretty unusual, but they just basically have to advise their clients right and make them understand that they're seeing the real issues. You know, they're experiencing it. They know that they wouldn't want to collect the client's money and then assure them of them getting a US or UK visa when in fact they would not. They know they will not get it, or the chances are very slim. So it has come to that point where they have to advise their clients on the alternative destinations so that their clients make the right decision. Like for instance, I mean, it's so obvious, you just can't say you want to, you know, travel to the US now, right, for your studies because of a lot of limitations now. But what they advise students to do is to defer the admission to 2027 and beyond, so that their places are secure, you know, because you know, it's not really easy at times to get the admission placement to an American university. You know, for instance, if it's an Ivy League university, for instance, you don't want to lose that slot. You know, so the advice is that they hold on to their place, keep on deferring, because that's what you know, you can do for foreign universities. You can defer your admission to a later date. So the hope is that in 6 months, the policies could be reviewed, perhaps when Mr. Trump's administration comes to an end. Perhaps there could be a review. So nobody knows, but the advice is that they keep their places, but they look either they keep their places and wait, or they go to other countries and study.
Are these Schengen destinations genuinely more affordable, or is it the real attraction, the clarity and predictability of the system?
Yes, like I said earlier, it's more affordable. It's also attractive, yeah, it's. I mean, and the Schengen countries are European countries, and their European countries are very advanced, you know. And like I said, English is also widely spoken in most of the countries there, and it's. I think people just want to go to a place where they feel welcome, where they feel like they get value for their money, and they're able to get into the workforce into those countries after their studies. So Schengen countries offer that. Finland is regarded as one of the happiest countries in the world. They're really opening up their doors to internationals. Malta is an English-speaking European country. Germany has many English speakers, and other countries in Europe. Europe is an interesting country. There are about 27 countries in Europe. It's not more, for sure. So I think that getting that Schengen visa, it's a plus. It's a plus. Many people are considering it. I think these things are seasonal. I guess maybe the time for the big four, this is now the time for the Schengen countries. Last with many things in life, their things are seasonal. So this is the time for Schengen countries, and Nigerians are looking forward to it. And some of them are even already learning the languages of these countries. So.
Finally, what does this shift mean for Nigeria in the long term, especially in terms of skill development, labor mobility, and brain drain?
I think it's in the long term, it's a plus for Nigeria, I believe. Already with the people who have traveled and studied and were working abroad, the diaspora community, and you can see there's foreign remittances have increased, and they also love to come back and give back to Nigeria when they feel like they are fulfilled and established, and the country is Nigeria is now more open to receive them. Some infrastructures are in place. So in the long term, yes, when you're a national of a country, you relocate and you gain skills, gain experience. It's eventually going to be a plus to Nigeria in the long run. It might not be in the short term, but in the long run, it's a plus, because then you have a large number of diaspora professionals who give back to the country. For instance, you have doctors in the US, UK, Canada. You have an association, and from time to time they come to Nigeria, or they send funds for medical mission. They do this kind of things. And, without them being empowered, without them having those resources, without them traveling abroad, they wouldn't have the resources to do those things. It's going to be a plus. Mobility, yes, gaining of skills, it's important because these countries are advanced, and get the best, you learn from the best. So it seems like a brain drain in the short term, but in the long term, it's going to help the economy, like I said, through remittances, foreign remittances, and through the reverse JAPA. Most people may eventually come back and contribute to the development of the country.
Thank you so much, Ngozi Ikugo. She's a senior correspondent covering the labor market and international education right here in Business Day. Thank you for your time on The Big Story.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, it's the social listening segment. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the Breakfast Show, and you're welcome to the social listening segment right here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm here with
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, let's get straight into the conversations the Nigerians netizens are talking about online. And the first conversation gaining attention is a public warning by Afrobeat star Tiwa Savage about her son. Tiwa Savage has publicly warned an ex-influencer identified as Dami Foreign to desist from involving her son Jamil Balogun in his online commentary, following a series of posts she described as crossing the line. The warning came after Dami Foreign made a post on Tuesday referencing the singer's son. In the post, the influencer wrote, "Omo, why is Tiwa Savage's son frowning?" The post triggered a swift reaction from the award-winning singer, who responded directly on the platform, cautioning the influencer against further references to her child. Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this story. And the first reaction that's from Tiwa Savage herself, and she said, "At Dami Foreign, I dare you to post anything about my child again, and this will move beyond Twitter." Another one from The Hope, and he said, "Tiwa Savage's warning is sharp, unapologetic, and completely justified. When someone crosses the line from criticism to targeting family, it's no longer commentary, it's intrusion, harassment, and a threat to personal safety. The comedy is subtle but real. The internet gives people the illusion of courage behind the screen, and then real life consequences are suddenly very serious. Tiwa's message reminds everyone that influence and freedom of expression do not include the right to endanger or harass others. And also from Daniel Reagan, and he said, if Tiwa decides to involve the authorities and get him jailed or imprisoned, no one should scream oppression, because that means clearly not showing any sign of remorse or regard, but instead adding fuel to the fire, and netizens are encouraging him by cheering. What do you think about this? First of all, did you follow the thread of that tweet? Did you follow? So apparently okay, go ahead then.
So I did, and it's clear that people still don't understand the magnitude when it comes to cyberbullying. People don't understand it yet. People think it's still a joke. And I keep saying, apart from the fact that there's a legal part to this, when you see me, I chuckled. When you asked, what do you think? I chuckled and I laughed. I went, I laughed because people still don't understand that it is a crime to cyberbully someone else. When people don't feel comfortable about a particular thing, give them their space. There are other thousands, right? There are other topics that you could spend your time on, right? You could rally around other things. But some certain things are like a no-no. She's a celebrity, fine. She might have gone through a lot, fine. She's also a human being too. And some certain things could affect her, directly, and could affect her performance as an artist. So I think that the fellow who, brought her son to this whole mix should have thought twice. Again, for the first time ever, I'm agreeing with Daniel Hegger, saying if she decides to go legal, no one should come and say something else. So I think people should understand where to draw the line. However, as broadcasters as we are, I keep saying this, when we look at it from both angles, right, we try to strike a balance. Those watching at home will say for, others will say for against, will say against. And those who will say, okay, we are rooting for Tiwa Savage, will come from the angle of allow her vent. She has gone through a lot. Plus, people should know where to draw the line. Those who might now say against could be, wait, what do you expect when you're putting out your son and you're putting out all your life out there that someone will want to react? Truth be told, in social media, everyone has the right to put out what they want to put out there. But personally, I will say this. If you truly want to enjoy fame, have some restrictions, no matter what. Remember, she's come from an angle where she went through a lot with the person who she was married to before, right? That didn't work out the way he wanted to. Not to say that a lot of people out there who don't have the same issues too. However, as a class A artist, because I'll tell her as a class A artist, right? So at that level, you will draw a lot of heat. Even if her son was smiling in that picture, someone will come and say, why is he over smiling? Right? They will still talk about something. So for me, I will say she has been through a lot. Knowing that she is Tiwa Savage, she has been through a lot to have gotten to that level. I think for me, that kind of reaction from nobody, I'll call it nobody. Even if it's somebody, I'll say nobody because he's talking about my family, I'll tell me as a nobody. But that kind of reaction, I think you should just overlook that, not give the person extra hype by now replying the person saying, oh, don't do that. But again, you don't know what she's been through.
I think it doesn't have anything to do with what she's been through. Cyberbullying is cyberbullying. Like you mentioned, I have every right to post whatever it is that I want to post on my social media. You don't have any right to detect or to question what I post or do not post. I think we should actually just center our focus on cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is wrong and it's actually a punishable offense. You have no business, and it's not even just about our son. We actually saw a trail of tweets where the guy has repeatedly trolled Tiwa Savage. If it's not about what she's wearing, it's about how she's looking, it's about calling her mid, and so many. Yeah, it didn't just start today. So I would even say Tiwa Savage did not even do the right thing by just subtly warning him that, oh, keep my son name out of your mouth. Me, I will pick you up. I will look for you. And I really like the energy that celebrities now are actually using to tackle these cyber bullies, because it feels like although it's in the constitution that it's a crime, but it seems like the swift action that we expect for crimes like this, we don't really get it because of the process that it takes. Now the celebrities, they've taken it into their hands. If you come for me, if you say something that is not right, you bully me, I'm going to look for you. Then we'll go to the police station together, and then you will explain yourself. So I think she even subtly because it's subtle, keep my son's name out of your mouth. That's just bare warning. Like Daniel Reagan said, he wasn't even showing any form of remorse. I was following the thread yesterday, thinking that maybe at one point, now that he has the attention that he's seeking for, maybe he would actually like say, oh, the way they always say, because I'm actually a fan and I'm trying to get your attention and that and that. I thought that's what he was going to do, but he kept on going on and on and on. To my opinion,
trying to justify
exactly. She should pick him up and teach him a lesson. Bullies don't realize what they are doing until you give them a taste of their treatment.
Well, again, it's coming from an angle where people have done a lot in the past, so we need to begin to call a spade a spade. So I see where you're coming from, but look at it clearly. She has her hands full. She has a lot on her plate. I mean, if you look, I'm very sure her schedule for performance is
so who says she has to do it by herself?
I'm heading somewhere. Even if she gets her team of lawyers to follow through, that's energy. I'm telling you. I think for the fact that she has broken silence to respond, and the guy keeps going back and forth, she has already sent her message. If she now has the energy to now say, look, get my team of lawyers, I want to follow through, back to back in detail to make this guy a scapegoat.
Have you ever been bullied online before?
Yes, speaking to my time.
All right. Anyway, let's move on to the second conversation that Nigerians are talking about, and they are reacting to a heated confrontation involving popular young TikTok and live streamer Abib Amzed, better known as Pella, with a female stranger at a restaurant. The drama unfolded when Pella reportedly, while on the live stream, was ordering food when the woman allegedly called him out for being noisy and an illiterate. In the now widely shared video, Pella immediately turned the camera on her and fired back dramatically, declaring, "First time in my life seeing a hater in real life." In subsequent clips, Pella affirmed his promise to go back to school and work on his education. This altercation has birthed mixed reaction, with supporters defending a younger streamer and slamming the lady for calling him an illiterate. Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this. And of course, the first reaction from Prato Believer, and he said, "This is what happens when the wrong person is made popular. Fame without sense of discipline just amplifies bad behavior. Instead of lashing out over criticism, he should be learning how to conduct himself in public. Honestly, this is one of those cases where going back to school and gaining some basic awareness would do more good than chasing clouds on live stream." And also another reaction from Entertainment GH, and it said, "I hate when people lash at the boy, but let us be sincere. Should he sit and watch the girl insult him, embarrass him in public, and then embarrassing the lady back means he's childish? Hey, you all should say the truth. What did Pella do to deserve this hate?" And finally from Abigail, and she said, "You guys know Pella is still heartbroken from Jarvis, and yes, you people are looking for his trouble." So I'm going to say something. I don't like when people are loud. I'm only loud to people that I like. Maybe I'm excited and I'm talking about something.
Someone's already in your comfort zone.
Yeah. But when we're outside and then you're like talking over, that's put me in trouble several times. And then I tell you, like, "I think you're loud, bring it down." People don't like it when you tell them that they're actually loud. But being loud is not comfortable. It's very cringe. So I totally understand. I don't support her calling him an illiterate. There was already an altercation before she actually called him an illiterate, of course, to back whatever it is that she said about him being loud. So what's your take about people being loud in especially restaurants, in public places?
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
So you're doing your work in a public place and someone tells you you are being loud. It's different from you are actually going there to patronize someone like every other person. And then when nothing has preempted you to be loud, you are now loud. I think the latter is what is happening here.
Okay.
If he was at work, let's assume he was streaming, and then he has to be loud during
But
the stream.
it's
Hold
still
on,
a public place. Let's bear that.
Hold on.
Right.
Something. Now, of course, if you're in a public place and you want to do a particular business, you probably ask those who are managers of that area, look, I want to do a streaming thing here. Can you allow me? If they allow you, then they're giving you go ahead. But that for me, that's not even the case. The thing is, he went to buy food, right? And like every other person, they were also there in the queue, wanting to. And then you can tell that, look, someone who is hungry is already angry. And so if I was in that place there waiting for my food, and then you are talking over me, or maybe you are behind me and you are trying to get the attention of the person who is the attendant, when it's not probably your turn yet, right? Without even you being a celebrity, I will turn around and look at you. Why you? What's with the persistent, noise making? Now, it now depends on how you respond. If you respond from an angle of, don't you know who I am? You're nobody. That's going to be the issue. I would either choose to remove myself from the situation or wanted to see how to get to the very end. I think the way that young lady reacted was even far more mature than he did. Knowing that he's a streamer and then he's a celebrity in his own way, not that I'm a fan of Pella. I mean, for me, I've not seen anything that adds value, right, to my kind of person. What things that I like, I don't think is within that sphere. And this is not me throwing shots at him. I'm just being very particular, straight up, right? I'm someone who's into leadership and other things, so I don't see any value. So I don't even follow him, right? But I'm looking at it generally. What does this mean when it comes to the idea of content creation and people who actually are influencers in that space? It means, look, know where to draw the line. Understand that being an influencer means other brands want you to push their brand. So if you don't behave properly, you might lose some endorsements moving forward. Don't forget in a hurry, he just came out of the news, rather he's still in the news of him crashing his vehicle, wanting to take his life because his girlfriend left him. A lot of people will say that was quite premature. Now, a lot of people, I'm not saying me, I'm just trying to speak the mind of the viewers. And of course, as broadcasters, I always say we have to bring this into the table to talk about it. What is the economic value? This particular story has no economic value, but what does this mean based on narrative to the world about the young Nigerians?
That's why it's socialist.
Do you know what?
Name.
Do you know why? Do you know what it now means? It means that, look, Nigerians should be better behaved. Right? It has nothing to do with age. He might be young. How old is he again?
I think 20.
20. I mean, come on. I was 20 more than 20 something years ago. But having said so, I think for what it's worth, right? If she says he was loud, he should have behaved like a bigger person and just moved away from there. Making a video about it now actually cements the fact that, truly speaking, he's badly behaved. This is the fact. I don't know if someone else out there is going to have a different opinion. So when they see social media, someone will say, why are you trying to target our guy, Pella? Look, it's just your opinion, really.
Are you trying to tell us something?
Yes, I have to say something. Because people don't like when you tell the truth.
All right.
Nigerians are not prepared for the truth.
So what I would just say is, noise pollution is noise pollution. When you are in a public area, please, the area is not just for you, it's also for the people that are, in that same area. So you don't have to be loud. Not everyone actually finds you being loud funny or being accommodative. So don't be loud when you're in a public place. Okay?
I've been told before that I was loud, but I was actually working when it happened. I was reporting something, and then I was working. The camera, but
I think that's a different scenario.
But guess what? The person was eating beside me. Right? As soon as I was done, I said, "Okay, look, you were disturbing us. We're not having it. We could have got something to do with." I just simply said, "I'm sorry if you felt this way, but this was work. I had to report as KSP." And anyone said to me, I said, "Please, what are you having for lunch?" I said, "Anything." He bought me lunch.
All right, let's move on to our third conversation, which is the Nigeria Football Federation playing down reports of a rift in the Super Eagles camp at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco, following an on-field altercation between 2023 African Player of the Year Victor Osimhen and his successor Ademola Lookman during Nigeria's 4-0 win over Mozambique on Monday. A top official of the Nigerian Football Federation dismissed the rumor making the round that Super Eagles forward and Galatasaray striker Victor Osimhen is leaving the 2025 African Cup of Nations camp in Morocco. FIFA and CAF accredited journalist Adepoju Samuel, who spoke with the official about the outburst between Osimhen and Ademola Lookman, revealed that everything has been sorted peacefully, adding that there was no discussion about Osimhen leaving the tournament. Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this. And the first reaction from Frank Edoho, and he said, football is a passionate game and sometimes things get heated up and escalate. The lads understands this and Lookman has shown the ties that bind us. Please let us not use this incident to all insult at Osimhen. It is passion for the game and for Nigeria. Let's go all the way, Nigeria. And from Ololade Oyide, and she said, I'm sure the coach will have a word with Osimhen when calm heads prevail. He's obviously temperamental and should have handled the situation better. Kudos to Lookman. He handled the post-match conference with maturity. Hopefully that is done and the team stay focused on the goal. And finally, Naimeka Ede, and he said, this comparison is not necessary. Everybody is needed in the team. Ademola Lookman alone won't win us a match. Stop spreading a division among our players. Instead, spread peace and how they can unite as a formidable team and give us results. This monster division won't help. We're still speaking about this morning, and we've seen how most Nigerians are actually reacting to this. This doesn't take away the fact that many are actually outraged about how Osimhen, should I say he pounced with his words on Lookman, how he did that, because they brought hierarchy into it. You're African Player of the Year, so also Lookman is an African Player of the Year, so you don't have any right to speak to him like that. You should have handled your emotions better. But I'm still going to ask the same question I asked this morning. Are we going to be having all these outbursts at Osimhen if Nigeria was actually 0-0 with Mozambique? Are we still going to be having this outburst, or is it double standard because we're actually I think we're 2 goals ahead when that altercation happened? So would this still have been the same thing that we are saying now if we were actually no goal to Mozambique?
So you know what they say, when he whose house is on fire doesn't cry about the food that is being burnt.
Okay, it's been long you actually gave us punchlines like this.
If your house is on fire, you will not start crying about, oh, my pot of soup is burning. No, you got bigger issues to talk about.
Right.
So again, in this case, we were the ones dishing out the fire, right? And in doing that, 2 things will end up being the order of the day. Either one, we'll do with so much ego, or better still, we'll do it and say, sorry, we'll show some condolences while we're whooping you 4-0. So in this case, I would say the first one was what showed its face there, because it now looked as if the net is big enough, let's all go and score. And so if I cannot score mine as much as
you're not supposed to score as much.
Do you understand? So did we see a play of ego there one way or the other? I think it might be. Again, both players, are doing well respectively. And Osimhen obviously is like a talk of town when it comes to international playing field. Out there making some great strides, and he has a lot of fans around the world. You see people screaming at him, not positive, not negative, but positively, want to get autographs and everything. So he's a celebrity in his own way. And of course, the other young man too is not doing badly either.
Lookman.
But to be told, like I said before, we don't know the build-up before that. If I was the coach, again, I'm not the coach, but if I was the coach, I would probably also make sure, as you look at the performance on the field, also try to look at the performance outside the field. Understand the relationship. It will be disastrous to have 2 people who are not in talking terms on the same field, right? Playing in the same team against another team. Now, if for any good reason something doesn't turn out properly, you will see it to be clear. So I think before I start pointing finger at maybe either Lookman or Osimhen, I want to, first and foremost, want to point finger at the manager. He didn't manage properly.
All right.
He didn't manage properly. Truth be told, it's like you say, for instance, I mean, you and I are broadcasters. We are co-anchors. We come to work every day, right? I know tomorrow morning I'm going to come. I will have Debbie here. Debbie's going to start the show. I'm going to join and everything. So we know how the whole thing is. Now, outside this, now, if we have an issue behind camera, I expect that somebody will come and tell you, look, guys, as soon as the camera sets up, forget about what you have.
Well, I think that should be it, because
so in this case,
it's a team of 11 players, right, and more. 11 players. There's no way you can actually like be in talking terms like the example you gave. There's no way. But once it's the game, it's the game. I think the thing is, I personally don't think there was a build up. I agree with the tweets that said Osimhen is actually a very temperamental person, and you can't do something to me or I can't feel offended and then you fault how I react to how offended you actually made me. So I think it's just Osimhen should just work on having to curb his emotions. You can actually lash out after the game, but once it's the game, it's the game. But at the end of the day, you cannot choose how I react to something that you did to me, and you cannot choose when I would react to it.
I'm surprised that Osimhen, playing for international, clubs already, knowing that they have what we call anger management classes within them. That's a fact. I'm surprised that at that level, knowing all this, he still came on our own local package.
So the international, they don't give him as much trouble that the Nigerian what do they call it again? The Nigeria feud actually gives him. He said something one time. If we lose now, Osimhen. If we win, now still Osimhen. So exactly. So like I said, you don't actually choose how I'm going to react when you do something to me. Anyways, these are the stories the Nigerians are talking about today.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
All right.
I must say that.
Thank you for watching the Social Listening on Business Day Television. I remain your host, Deborah Eze. I didn't do this alone. I did it with
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, until tomorrow, the breakfast show has officially come to a close. Do have yourself a beautiful morning.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength.
What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat?
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, coming to you live on Business Day television. I am Norma Omona, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. NGX gains 468 billion naira as New Year rally persists. Court orders interim forfeiture of 30.7 million naira in alleged NNPC-linked fraud case. NIMASA gives operators 30 days to conduct self-audit warns of sanctions. SEC to intensify market enforcement in 2026 under ISA. Port Harcourt Customs generates 731 billion naira revenue in 2025. Now let's begin the news here in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Exchange in Lagos on Tuesday extended positive momentum in the 2026 trading year as investors drove buying across key stocks, lifting confidence and optimism across financial markets nationwide today. Total equities market capitalization rose by about 468 billion naira, reaching 102.28 trillion naira from 101.81 trillion naira previously, a 0.46 increase in value within one trading day, reinforcing bullish sentiment among investors at the exchange again. The all-share index advanced by 0.46%, adding 732.86 points to close at 159,951.08 points from 159,218.22 on Monday, as renewed portfolio positioning by domestic and foreign investors drove early year confidence higher. This performance pushed the market's year-to-date return to 2.79%, highlighting a firm start at the year and consolidating its position above 100 trillion naira milestone through steady participation from market players nationwide. Moving on, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, also known as NIMASA, on Tuesday in Abuja gave maritime operators a 30-day deadline to regularize their operations, warning that non-compliance will trigger enforcement actions across Nigeria's waters. NIMASA said the grace period for self-audits and voluntary compliance takes effect from January 5th, 2026. The notice was signed by the agency's Deputy Director and Head of Public Relations, Osage Edward, outlining expectations for full regulatory adherence. Operators who fail to comply after the deadline will face sanctions, including vessel detention, financial penalties, withdrawal of waivers or operating licenses, and denial of port clearance within full compliance is achieved. The agency's Director General, Dayo Moberola, and the directive supports efforts to strengthen indigenous shipping, improve safety and security, protect the marine environment, and enforce maritime laws, urging industry players to cooperate to sustain regulatory gains. And still on, Nigeria's Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has announced plans to significantly step up enforcement of market rules in 2026 following the enactment of the Investments and Securities Act 2025, aimed at strengthening investor confidence and market integrity nationwide. The SEC Director General, Dr. Imomotimi Agama, disclosed this while outlining the Commission's regulatory priorities, noting that the new law has expanded the regulator's supervisory and enforcement powers across Nigeria's capital markets. He said the Commission will apply those powers firmly and impartially to tackle market abuse, insider dealing, fraudulent investment schemes, and other forms of misconduct, with actions guided strictly by due process and the rule of law. Beyond enforcement, the Commission plans to advance regulatory efficiency through digitalization, including streamlined approvals, automated filings, and improved disclosure processes to build trust among investors and enhance market performance. And meanwhile, a federal high court in Abuja on Monday ordered the interim forfeiture of 30.7 million naira suspected to be proceeds of fraud linked to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited following an application by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Justice Emeka Nwite granted the order after hearing an ex parte request by the EFCC, directing that the funds be temporarily forfeited to the federal government and that the ruling be published in a national paper to alert interested parties. The court ruled that any individual or organization claiming that the money is theirs has 14 days from the publication date to appear and show cause why it should be forfeited. The matter was adjourned to January 22nd, 2026 for a compliance report. An EFCC investigator, Bilikisu Abubakar, said the probe began after petitions alleging fraud involving senior NNPC officials, involving intelligence gathering, bank inquiries, financial analysis, and correspondence with agencies, including the Corporate Affairs Commission. And away from that story, the Nigerian Customs Service, Port Harcourt Second Command, on Tuesday announced it collected 731.2 billion naira in revenue and intercepted 75 containers during operations in 2025, marking a major enforcement and revenue milestone. The command's public relations officer, Chief Superintendent of the Customs, Theophilus Dunia, said the figure exceeded the 2025 revenue target of 701 billion naira by 4.46%, describing the achievement as a remarkable performance by the command. He says officers maintained a strict adherence to standard operating procedures, enforced discipline, and sustained stakeholder engagement, leading to the interception of 75 containers with a cumulative duty paid value of 47.6 billion naira. Duniya attributed the success to Controller Aliyu Alkali's leadership and the effective implementation of the Controller's General's policy thrust and the Unified Customs Management System, the B-Odogwu platform, enabling faster cargo clearance. And in other news, a new report by PwC warns that Nigeria's poverty rate is projected to rise sharply to 62% by 2026, with about 141 million people expected to be living below the poverty line nationwide. The projection is contained in PwC's Nigeria Economic Outlook 2026, titled Turning Macroeconomic Stability into Sustainable Growth, citing weak real economic growth and the persistently high living costs despite recent policy efforts. PwC says most Nigerians will struggle to achieve income gains strong enough to offset rising prices as inflation continues to erode purchasing power, even though price pressures are expected to ease gradually over time. PwC and the World Bank warn rising poverty threatens economic stability, domestic consumption, productivity, and public finances, stressing that without targeted job creation, productivity reforms, and social protection, reducing poverty will remain a major challenge. And we'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates shaping the business and economic landscape. Do stay with us.
off to deal with payroll? We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules? We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations? You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts? We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals? We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines? We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off? We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Ecobank Nigeria Limited has fully repaid bondholders who vividly tendered their notes ahead of the February 2026 maturity date. The bank disclosed on Tuesday in Lagos about $245 million of its $300 million Eurobond. Over 80% of the total issuance was prepaid. The bank launched a tender offer on November 27, 2025, targeting eligible note holders on the outstanding $150 million bond. Investors were given the option to redeem holdings before the original maturity of February 16, 2026, allowing for early repayment and improved liquidity. Following the exercise, the outstanding principal on the notes fell to roughly $55.092 million, highlighting Ecobank's proactive approach to liability management and balance sheet optimization. The move demonstrates the bank's commitment to financial discipline, investor confidence, and sustainable debt management as it strengthens its balance sheet ahead of 2026. Also, Fidelity Bank PLC has raised 259 billion naira through a private placement of ordinary shares, significantly boosting its capital base as it works to meet new regulatory requirements for commercial banks with international authorization. The bank disclosed on Tuesday via the Nigerian exchange that the private placement opened and closed on December 31, 2025, following approvals from the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Securities and Exchange Commission. The exercise increased the bank's eligible capital from 305.5 billion naira to 564.5 billion naira, subject to final regulatory approvals, strengthening its financial position ahead of the new year. Fidelity Bank says the placement was conducted under shareholder approval as its February 6, 2025 extraordinary general meeting, authorizing the issuance of up to 20 billion ordinary shares. And moving on from that story, the latest report from NERC released on Tuesday shows that the federal government incurred a total of 1.98 trillion naira in electricity subsidy obligations between October 2024 and September 2024. The figure comes amid ongoing challenges in settling over 4 trillion naira owed to power generation companies. NERC's quarterly report shows the subsidy burden was 471.96 billion naira in the fourth quarter of 2024 and 536.4 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025, 514.34 billion naira in the second quarter and 458.75 billion naira in the third quarter. The regulatory explained that electricity tariffs remained below cost-reflective levels, forcing the government to cover differences through subsidies. The subsidy is applied to source via the payment obligations of the distribution companies to the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC, ensuring the gap is financed despite lower consumer tariffs. And now in a developing story, analysts warn that Nigeria's pensions industry faces a major challenge, needing about 276.8 billion naira to meet new minimum capital requirements set by the National Pension Commission in the first full year of the recapitalization. Coronation's year in review and 2026 outlook shows only the 3 pension fund administrators, that is Stanbic IBTC Pension, Access Armed Pensions and Leadway Pension, were capitalized significantly above the 20 billion naira benchmark, highlighting the sector's widespread funding gap. PENCOM raised the minimum capital for PFAs and pension fund custodians to 20 billion naira and 25 billion naira respectively under its Pension Revolution 2.0 initiative, with compliance originally due by December 2026. The Director General, Ms. Omolola Oluwaran, extended the deadline to June 2027, urging operators to use retained earnings, shareholder injections, rights issues, private placements, or mergers to meet the new capital requirements. And closing today's business news hour, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria has revealed a widening imbalance in the nation's aviation sector as domestic air travel continues to decline while international passenger traffic grows, FAN reported on Tuesday. Passenger movements within Nigeria have fallen to their lowest level in 3 years, highlighting mounting challenges facing local airlines, including rising operational costs and multiple taxes. Local operators say These levies have pushed domestic flight costs sharply higher, affecting affordability and demand, while international carriers benefit from strong overseas travel demand. FAN data shows international passenger traffic rose from 3,752,746 passengers in 2022 to 4,070,833 passengers in 2023, an 8% point increase, underscoring a stark contrast between struggling domestic travel and growing international throughput. And that brings us to the end of today's bulletin on the Business News Hour. I am Norma Obuna. Thank you for joining us, and stay tuned to Business Day Television for more updates.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues that are happening in our country. But today particularly we want to focus on the political crisis in Rivers State, as it were. And just very recently, the National Secretary of the APC, Mr. Jibola Bashiru, asked the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike to resign and focus on the issues in Rivers State, since he's so much interested in Rivers State, and then just resign and then just focus on Rivers State, and then allowed the APC to continue what they are doing at the national level as a ruling party. That, of course, is as a result of the fact that Bashir had criticized the South-South vice chairman of the APC, who had referred to the governor of Rivers State, that's Sim Fubara, as the so-called governor. And then the APC felt that was too much of a derogatory remark for a sitting governor of a state. And of course, Wike has taken, Wike took offense. Wike felt that the national secretary of the APC should not in any way defend Fubara. As it is, Wike is bent on ensuring that Fubara does not get the ticket of any party for a second term in 2027. Well, we hear agreement. I really don't know what that agreement is about. But from what we've heard so far is that there seems to have been an agreement where Fubara allegedly, assigned agreement that he will not, contest. He will not be seeking a second term in office in 2027. But people have said, look, if you had such an agreement, in any case, that was in the APC. Sorry, that was in PDP, and now Fubara has moved to APC, and so you cannot use an agreement that you enter into with Fubara in PDP to hold him down. Now that is a governor of APC. Well, those are some of the issues you want to unpack today, and as usual in the studio, I have with me the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course, the assistant editor also here in Business Day, Mr. Chuko Roko. Gentlemen, you are welcome to the studio.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting us.
Well, this roundtable, let's start. Zeb, is Wike so powerful? Let's start from there, because it appears that Wike is so powerful that it determines who becomes governor of Rivers State, whether it is in the APC or PDP or any other political party, it will appear as if Wike is the owner of Rivers State. Is that the case?
Thank you so much. You know, the style of politics we play on this type of the world is a politics that when you get there, you become enriched. You use the position to enrich yourself, and you see yourself above every other person. It's not a position that you go into to serve people. Ordinarily, political positions were meant to serve the people who voted you into power. Instead of being the servant of the people are serving our leaders. When you govern a state that is very rich, the petrodollar, oil flowing in Rivers State, and you see yourself now as above everybody, above the state. In fact, nobody says anything that you listen. That is what Nyesom Wike has seen himself doing, and have a situation he has found himself, unfortunately. And fortunately, people get the type of leaders they also deserve. Nigerians have not been able to stand up to their leaders in terms of resisting their overbearing influence on them. How would you, somebody the people elected is now dictating what should happen in the state? And by the way, he has left. He has served out 8 good years and left. And he insists he will still determine what goes on in that state. It's an aberration, and it's condemnable. And whoever that is siding him, because he has put all manner of supporters, those he services with the money he has made while he was the governor there, so who are now singing his praise. And that is why he's been urged on to do whatever he's doing in Rivers State. It's unfortunate that we have a situation of that nature in Rivers, but also I think that the earlier he puts a stop to this grandstanding, the better for him. It's not good for his image. It's not good for the image of the state. It's not good for the image of the country.
Thank you, Zeb. Chuka, it's getting to a point where I think the APC itself is beginning to get uncomfortable with some of the utterances and the moves by Nyesom Wike, to a point where the national secretary of the APC now, Bashiru, has asked Wike to resign his position as Minister of the FCT to go face politics of a Rivers State. Is that justifiable, given the contribution of Wike to the APC itself as well? Because if you go back to 2023 to 2023, you know the role that Wike played in ensuring that the current administration, particularly the president, won the election in Rivers State. I mean, you are coming now to tell him resign. Is that justifiable?
Okay, thank you for the question. For me, that instruction, if you like, or advice is very, very germane, because Wike as a character is overreaching himself. I think he's going beyond bounds, saying things as if without him nothing will work. Ordinarily, Wike is supposed to be one of the quietest ministers, because he doesn't belong to the ruling party. It's a case of what they used to say in politics: we have invited you to come and chop. And not when they invite you to come and chop, you go for the fattest meat in the dish. So Wike is overreaching himself, and what the secretary of the party has told him is what anybody should tell anybody. Wike seems to be somebody that is above, beyond control. That's how he's in the APC government and trying to control PDP. And now he's getting to a point where he wants to even control what is happening in the APC. It's neither here. Wike is not a bat. That is neither a bird nor an animal. He should belong somewhere. And when he belongs somewhere, he closes his eyes on other places. For God's sake, this was a man who ruled this state for 8 clear years. Like any other person, Peter Odile was there for 8 years. And Mechi was there for 8 years. Those people are already outside the scene, out of the scene. But this one is talking as if without him, or he must be the person to do what must happen in Rivers State. So if that is an advice, it is a good one. If it is an instruction for him to mind his business, it's also a good one. If it is a way of cautioning somebody, you better be careful, or you pull the rug out off your feet. So be it. Because one particular person will not behave as if you would say, if this happens, that nothing can happen. And it is thriving because we have antecedents in this country. Just like my colleague said, a lot of things happen here and people take them for granted. In a sane society, a Wike cannot remain in office for a day longer, because it's neither here nor there, and it's an embarrassment even to the government he's serving. So that kind of character should be kept where he belongs.
An embarrassment to the government he's serving.
Government that is serving.
Okay. So let me come in from that point, an embarrassment to the government that is serving. Well, it is the national secretary of the APC who has spoken now, telling Wike to resign as secretary. as FCT minister, and go face the politics in Rivers State. I mean, he's speaking as an individual. I mean, there are some people who are saying that, look, this man that is speaking could be speaking the mind of a higher authority. Do you share that sentiment, or you really think that he's the one speaking for himself?
I must tell you, someone told me this afternoon that if Wike doesn't take time to disgrace out of the government, he may be thinking that he's in the good books
of the president.
But politicians know who is credible and who is not. If you kill for a politician to win an election, he'll be keeping you at arm's length. You are not his friend.
Yes.
What
you did.
What he sees you are just that, this is a cannon fodder I can dispense with. This person that can kill to win an election is not a good person. So
and he can
you have helped him to win the election,
yes.
But he knows that there are certain things he shouldn't be doing with you. So that's what we get to even the president. And the president knows the character he's dealing with. A time will come, if he does not turn a new leaf, that the president will dispense with him.
Or disown him.
Disown him. Because he's getting he's getting himself into serious crisis that the entanglement, I don't think that the president will want a person with such a character will be associating with him. The party may not have spoken as a party, but I tell you for free that if care is not taken, a statement may be issued on behalf of the party to discredit or to disown this man. If the president wants to deal with him, that's him a president. But for now, don't forget, Wike is not
an APC member of APC.
It's not a card-carrying member of the
APC.
And for someone to play the role of a hermaphrodite is neither
male or female.
Is neither APC or PDP. And
No, but it's APC.
No.
Sorry, it's PDP.
It's not PDP. What he's doing in PDP. Didn't you hear Makinde, Shea Makinde say that he was telling the president when they visited the president that he would help him to destroy the PDP.
He has denied that.
Well, that's somebody said it.
But he must have said it.
Yeah.
I'm quoting Shea, I wasn't there. If he has said this, and going by what he did in 2023, you cannot deny that he said that.
Or he doesn't have the capacity to
what
do
we are seeing is a situation where he has consistently made PDP to be so disorganized that if care is not taken, PDP will not even be on the ballot in 2027.
Yes.
And he's committed to doing that.
Yes.
And he has told everybody when he addressed the press in Port Harcourt the other day that he will be moving into APC with some PDP members across the South. So he has his own game plan, but he should be advised that he should be very, very careful, because those he think that are his friends, or he think that are his friends, that he think that he's working for, may not be comfortable with the way he's going about things. Fubara, for crying out loud, has moved into APC and has become a member even before him. So if he's coming now,
coming to queue behind,
he's coming to queue behind Fubara. So he's a junior member in APC, so to speak. And this is a governor. So the governor is the leader of the party. So when he crosses over to APC, he becomes a member, and Fubara is the leader of that party. So there is a pattern in everything, even in madness. Yes. There's method in everything, even in madness. So he should know that there is a rule at PDP to follow. APC may not be like PDP that refuse to wake up
early enough to deal
with him, because many people were surprised that Enrique is still grandstanding in PDP with all that he has done to the party up till now. So APC may not tolerate that for long.
Okay, Chuka, the surprising thing about Wike is how he's able, as an individual, to bring various people with various parties in Rivers State together. He's been going around touring the local government in Rivers State, and everywhere he goes, you see members of the PDP, members of the APC, and even members of our other political going along with him. So how he's able to achieve that is what we really don't. In fact, the Tony Okocha, the fractional chairman of the APC in Rivers State, that issued a membership card to Fubara, has been going around with Wike. I don't know whether you've noticed, has been going around with Wike during this local government tour of Rivers State. And so the question people are asking, how is Wike able to achieve this? This is what some governors are not able to. So what magic is it? What's political magic is Wike using to be able to achieve this level of followership of both APC and PDP in Rivers State?
It is not any political magic. It is the money he's able to spend. This man has got a lot of money. In politics, people don't think about, my personality, my ideology. And in Nigeria, this is the only country where people don't join parties based on ideology. Of course, before now, there was something like that. During the time of NMP, MPP, PRP, and all that. People, UPN, people joined the party that time based on their conviction that, Joshua is a leftist and I must go that way. Zebulon is a rightist and I follow him. There was a time in this country when that was there. But today is about how much are you going to give. I nearly went, when I went home one day, asked my younger sister, I was told he went to Enugu yesterday. He said, yes, we went for party politics. They want to their own is just to clap.
Yes.
And there was a bus to carry them from our local government to the state capital. After that, each person was given 5 naira. 500 naira.
Yes.
500 naira.
Yes. And that was why a woman was away from her house for the whole day. And it is not that I'm not trying to emphasize about the 500 naira. The person who brought them has got all the money.
Yes.
And is ready to do it over and over again. And these people, because of poverty, so what is driving what Wike is, you see Wike do, is one, the amount of money available to him. The second one is the poverty of the people.
Yes.
I was really annoyed when I saw he went to Ijo.
Yes.
That is the home of Fubara, and organized a massive crowd.
Yes.
Then you see many of the traditional rulers in uniform.
Yeah, they come out.
Those people could have spent 1 naira to sew the uniform. Somebody bankrolled it. So it is money that is moving, not Wike. Money that is moving. So there's nothing special about him in terms of political sagacity, or usually is capable of doing certain things, which is normal people will not do. And if you see him that day, he's just moving as if the whole world is. Because if you see crowd like that, all everybody there because of you. You can afford to say anything. So we people are following this man not because he has a very good agenda to execute, not because he has good ideology that is pushing forward, it's because he has got a lot of money to spend. To spend.
The Okocha man you are talking about.
Yes.
Okocha can kill any day because of Wike. It's not because of anything. It's not because he loves Wike so much. It's just because of what Wike
can make available to him.
Ditto, any member of PDP. So you see PDP today, you see APC today. Many of them have changed parties over time. How many times?
All of them.
Within the
but if it is just that because of the amount of money, let me even use the word, the volume of money that Wike has and is able to actually dispense, give to people, then what do we say about members of the National Assembly, in the members of National Rivers State members of the National Assembly, the Senate, the House of Reps, and then even the Rivers State House of Assembly, who are also, standing behind Wike. These are not poor people.
No, the question is who put them there. They won election on the back of Wike's support, and that's why they sing his praise. All the members of the Amawule's faction in the State House of Assembly. Amawule is Martin. Is a Wike's boy. And he does his bidding any day. All the members of the House,
despite moving into the campaign to OPC,
wherever Wike wants them to be, that's why they don't have mind of their own. Those in the National Assembly, the same thing. Give it to Wike. He has the power to really mobilize people. And when he was in Port Harcourt, it was a jolly period for people who followed him, who understand his own type of politics. And at that time, he created this followership, anywhere he went. And the crowds were being rented. All these things you are seeing that they are coming, like when he went to Ijo land. These are people that were paid. These are, like he said, 5,000 people. You say 500. And I traveled them some time ago. My uncle's, the wife of my uncle's son, said he was going for a rally. She was going for a rally. A rally that she went very early in the morning. She came back around 6. I said, how much? He said they got 1,000. I nearly fainted. You got 1,000 since 6 a.m. you left here. He said, yeah, there were many. Everywhere was human beings. And they gave them 500,000. And after sharing, that she got. I said, if I had told you to remain here,
just stay.
To stay here, you will say that a lot will be missing. So that's the mentality of the people these people are dealing with. And that's also what happened during the election. they will just promise them anything. Somebody who are not eating, you say, please
come and take 1,000.
Come and take 1,000.
He
There
will
are
go.
some places in this country that you can go. You'll be shocked that people don't see 1,000 in a week, and you just dash it to them like that. You have bought them, so they do whatever you want them to do. And some of these people, don't forget, Wike has so much empowered them financially. Good, they have good houses, they have a lot of things.
Good cars,
Good
everything.
cars. So whenever they see him, they see
God.
So that's why he's shouting. That's why he sees himself
as demigod.
Okay. So if money is actually the driver of all of this, let's look at 2027. That is, Wike has said that he will never allow Fubara to secure the ticket, second term ticket, whether in the PDP or even in the APC. As far as this is concerned, we say it will be buried politically if Fubara is able to secure a second term in Rivers State. That himself, Wike, will be politically buried.
And he wouldn't like to be.
And of course, he wouldn't like to be buried, So let me stay with this issue of money. Wike has a deep pocket, like we have said. Do you think that he can outspend a sitting governor in 20 to be able to, if it is money that they're using to do some of these things, will he be able to outspend a sitting governor?
Well, what we're doing here, a job permutation.
Yeah.
Nobody is sure of what is going to happen tomorrow. None of us is Nostradamus. Nobody knows what is playing in the mind of the president or in the mind of the president right now.
Absolutely.
And nobody knows the agreement a Wike may have entered into with the president.
And
despite the fact that Fubara had joined
APC.
Give it to Wike, he played a serious role to ensure that the president won Rivers. And Rivers will continue to be very relevant as we go into 2027. And the president may not also want to lose that place. What the president will be watching is where the pendulum will swing to.
In his favor.
The favor. Because
that's the pendulum of the people.
Of the people. Yes, the deciders. Yes. From the emergency rule that the president declared in Rivers, he has seen that Fubara is not a very strong man, in quotes. If he can just
chicken out.
But Wike is a man that can do anything to ensure that whatever he's targeting, he will get it. And that is the type of person that the president will need
any leader
in 2027. Because the battle in 2027 is going to be fierce politically. So the president may not be in a haste to dispense with Wike, because Wike will be there to play a serious role. And don't forget also, he has a court following in Rivers with all the money and everything. So it is left to be seen what is going to happen there. It may not be a matter of money alone. It may be a matter of the people he has empowered, people he has done one or two things for, and those who believe in him and in his own type of politics. So Fubara is there as the governor right now, but Wike is going to be also relevant for the president and for APC. Don't forget about what they are saying now. Politicians speak with both sides of their mouth. So you cannot take what Bashiru and the other people are saying now
as to decide.
That is sacrosanct or fait accompli. As we go into 2027, go and mark it, Wike will continue to be relevant. And we'll continue to watch. As the something unfolds.
Okay, Chuka, as we wrap up, But so far, what we've seen is these political actors, Wike, Fubara, Okocha, and the rest of them. These are just political actors, saying all of these things, issuing the threat and all of that. So, what should the River State people, the masses of the River State, what should they be doing at this time as we move towards 2027? What should be the focus of the Rivers people if you were to give Rivers people advice? What should they be doing? Because it doesn't look like they are being carried along in all of this.
Joshua, look at it this way. We as Nigerians, as far as the politics of this country is concerned, and the politicians, we are a conquered people.
Really?
We are a conquered people, and very few people are ready to withstand whatever is going to come. Oh, let us see what we can do. Before now, you see that we used to have people who go out to protest. Oh, we no agree. And you can watch the case of Rivers during the emergency rule, which was unjustified, according to, of course, the whole world condemned it because there was no basis for declaring that emergency rule. But even the man for whom people would have protested said, "Oh, don't go and die for me," because he was scheming for his own personal gain. If Fubara was on the part of the people of Rivers, he would have asked them to, let us just go and see how we can retrieve our mandate. But everybody just
But
went
that
home.
would have been dangerous.
Yes, everybody went home. So for me, I don't see Rivers people coming up to oppose openly what is going to unfold in Rivers State. What they will be waiting for is whoever marries my daughter is my in-law. Anybody who emerges as, just as my colleague has said, is going to be a very serious contestation between two opposing forces. Fubara is not going to fold his hand because he's the governor of the state. He may try to pull the string too, but this is a man who moves like a bulldozer. Anything that is on the way, clear it, crush it, clear it, because we must pass through this door. So it's going to be very fierce. But the Rivers people are not going to put themselves in the way of harm so that they will fight for you or fight for this person. Because at the end of the day, when Fubara and Wike went to the villa to do an agreement, no Rivers people were not there. So that alone is an eye-opener to them that it is not safe for you to just come and put yourself in the way of harm because you are fighting for your brother. Unfortunately, I was disappointed with Ijaw people because they were saying it loud and clear there that, we have rejected our brother.
It could also be politics.
That could be politics
You can never
too.
tell, really.
Just maybe to massage the ego of the man who thinks he's on top of everybody. But if somebody could come and say that, although our politicians don't have a conscience, they don't have shame. Because if I'm a father and after saying all those kinds, I go home to tell my children that I didn't mean what I said. So for me, Rivers people will just be spectators in the face of all this. It is difficult to advise them what they're going to do because they don't know where the problem is going to, that is their fate is going to be decided.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zeb, in just 2 seconds, do you see the crisis, because the crisis as it is today in PDP and as well as in the APC in Rivers, playing out in favor of another party in 2027?
I don't see
that.
I don't see that.
That's one
because the fight is not just for fight for peace.
It's not about
It's
party.
just for party, and it for if you stand on the way, we demolish you. We have our way. We saw what happened in 2023. In 2027, it may even be worse. People were killed. People were
maimed.
People. So whoever look back at what happened in 2023 after the result had been declared, so it had been forgotten. So those people have no remorse. They will do more. So you are not talking about peace. There is no fence mending, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. So you don't think that
no
the people can say, okay, we leave PDP or APC now and go for another party.
It's either APC
or fight to the finish until we get to 2027.
Because nobody is going to say, let me chicken out.
All right.
Even Fubara, as young as he is, and as he looks quiet and harmless, you don't know what is in his mind.
Thank you so very much.
And again, sorry, because if you look at this, you find that having joined the ranks of APC governors, I don't think APC governors will just fold their hands and watch one of their own, being defeated by an outsider. Unless by tomorrow, before that time, Wike would have joined.
It will.
APC. All right. Thank you, Chuka. Thank you, Zeb, for joining me in the studio today for this discourse. This is where we wrap up. Thank you so very much, viewers, for watching. I most appreciate you for staying tuned. My name is Joshua Bassi, and we should be looking forward to changing the name of the program as we move on in the year. Thank you so much for watching.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Now, this is the Business Day Television Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our Lagos studio. Coming up, Naira likely to remain under pressure in 2026, says Yemiko. Nigeria's poverty rate may hit 62%, report shows. Electricity subsidy nears 2 trillion naira yearly. And NGX gains at 468 billion naira as New Year rally persists. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. And right now, the Naira is expected to remain under pressure against the United States dollar in 2026, with outcomes ranging from moderate depreciation to worst-case scenario of further weakening. Now, this is according to economist Yemi Kale, who was the keynote speaker at the First Bank Nigeria Economic Outlook of 2026. The report outlines 3 scenario-based forecasts for the exchange rate, reflecting varying assumptions around oil prices, foreign exchange inflows, inflation trends, and policy consistency. And under the baseline scenario, the Naira is projected to trade around the 1,350 Naira and 1,450 Naira per dollar by the end of 2026. According to the outlook, key assumptions include moderate improvement in Nigeria's FX reserves and oil export revenues, relative stability in FX policy by the Central Bank of Nigeria, gradual decline in inflation, and the absence of major external shocks. And meanwhile, Nigeria's poverty rate is projected to rise sharply to 62% by 2026, with about 141 million people expected to be living below the poverty line. Now, this projection contained in PwC's Nigeria Economic Outlook 2026, titled Turning Macroeconomic Stability into Sustainable Growth, noted that despite recent policy actions aimed at restoring macroeconomic stability, weak growth in real incomes and persistently high living costs are likely to push more households into poverty over the next 2 years. And PwC estimates that most Nigerians will struggle to record income gains strong enough to offset rising prices in the near term, particularly as inflation continues to erode purchasing power. And while inflation is expected to ease gradually, the firm warned that the underlying cost structure of the economy would limit meaningful affordability gains for households. And still on, the federal government incurred a total of 1.98 trillion naira in electricity subsidy obligations in 12 months from October 2024 to September 2025 amid struggles to pay over 4 trillion naira debt owed to power generation companies. And this was according to the quarterly reports released by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. And in the fourth quarter of 2024, covering October to December, the electricity subsidy incurred by the government was 471.69 billion naira, while incurring 536.4 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025 and 514.35 billion naira in the second quarter of last year. Now, the latest report from NERC released on Tuesday showed that the federal government incurred a power subsidy burden of 458.75 billion naira in the third quarter of 2025 as electricity tariffs remained below cost reflective levels, making a total of 1.98 trillion naira in the 12-month period from October 2024 to September 2025. The Commission said in its report that in the absence of cost-reflective tariffs, the government undertook to cover resultant gap between the cost-reflective and allowed tariff in the form of tariff subsidies. And coming up, the NGX gains 468 billion naira as New Year rally persists. This and more after this short break. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back to the Midday News. Now, the Nigerian exchange extended its positive momentum in the new trading year on Tuesday as sustained buying interest across key stocks lifted total market capitalization by about 468 billion naira, reinforcing investor optimism and consolidating the market's position above the 100 trillion naira milestone. At the close of trading, total equities market capitalization rose to 102.28 trillion naira from 101.81 trillion naira recorded in the previous session, reflecting a 0.46% increase in market value within one trading day, underscoring continued bullish sentiment following the strong opening to the 2026 trading year. The all-share index advanced by 0.46%, adding 732.86 points to close at 159,951.08 points, compared with 159,218.22 points on Monday, as performance pushed the market's year-to-date return to 2.79%, highlighting a firm start to the year amid renewed portfolio positioning by investors. And our markets activity showed notable improvement, with a total of 758.93 million shares exchanged in 54,199 deals valued at 19.83 billion naira, I beg your pardon, while trading volume increased by 9% compared to previous trading day. And now, away from that story, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has revealed that electricity distribution companies in Nigeria collected a total of 1.13 trillion naira in revenue from their customers over the 6 months spanning April to September 2025. And according to reports, that this revenue is despite repeated complaints of low power supply among electricity consumers and incessant cases of blackouts in many locations nationwide. During the period under review, the national power grid suffered a total collapse, plunging customers into darkness, while GenCos also reported a reduction in power generation due to the low gas supply to power plants as a result of unpaid debts. And the NERC reports on monthly revenue performance and collection efficiency covering the 11 discos also stated that the total revenue collected by all discos in 2025 and the third quarter was 570.25 billion naira out of the 706.61 billion naira that was billed to customers. And meanwhile, Nigeria attracted nearly $14 billion in combined foreign portfolio investment and foreign direct investment in the first 9 months of 2025, driven by renewed investor confidence and wide-ranging economic and investment reforms. And the federal government has stated this. And according to the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment on Tuesday, this $14 billion in combined FPI surpasses the total inflows recorded in 2024. Now, the ministry noted that foreign portfolio investment led the recovery, rising to $12.99 billion, as foreign direct investment showed promising robust growth from a historically low base. And according to the ministry, FDI expanded by 700% quarter on quarter in the third quarter of 2025, reaching $936 million year to date, while signaling renewed investor confidence in Nigeria's reform trajectory. And now to end the local news, the Nigerian Customs Service Port Harcourt and to Command has revealed that it collected 731 billion naira as revenue and intercepted 75 containers in 2025. In a statement on Tuesday, the command's public relations officer, Theophilus Dunia, a chief superintendent of customs, described the feats as a remarkable milestone in the command's revenue collection. Dunia explained that in 2025, a target of 700.01 billion naira was set based on commendable performance, while a total of 731.2 billion naira was collected, exceeding its 2025 revenue target by 4.46%. The customs superintendent added that the outstanding performance is attributed to the leadership and commitment of Comptroller Aliyu Alkali, who effectively implemented the Comptroller General of Customs policy thrust and the indigenously developed Unified Customs Management System and BODOGU platform for faster cargo clearance. And coming up, Shell buys stakes in Angolan offshore blocks from Chevron. This and more after this break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future, because we believe it.
Midday Bulletin now to Africa. Shell has agreed to buy stakes in 2 undeveloped offshore blocks in ultra-deep waters offshore Angola from Chevron. The European oil majors said they will spend billions in Angola, sub-Saharan Africa's second-largest crude oil producer after Nigeria, as the country has undertaken major regulatory reforms to attract investment into its energy sector, where it aims to keep production above 1 million barrels per day. According to Shell, new exploration, such as in Angola, is important to sustaining production into the 2030s as it plans to grow its gas production 1% through 2030 and keeping its oil output steady. A Chevron spokesperson reportedly confirmed the agreement, added the transaction is subject to regulatory approval, but did not disclose financial details of the deal. And also the South African rand was subdued in early Wednesday trade, pressured by a rebounding US dollar and a contraction in December's local purchasing managers index, marking the sharpest drop in business activity since January 2025. According to reports, that the rand traded at 16.38 against the dollar, about 0.2% weaker than its close on Tuesday. The S&P PMI fell to 47.7 from 49.0 in November as demand waned and firms reduced purchases
and inventories. Ecom Analytics revealed in a research note that despite the downturn, business confidence remained resilient, with optimism for 2026 fueled by expectations of new projects, stronger sales, and an improving economy. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. Oil extended losses on Wednesday after Donald Trump revealed that Venezuela would turn over millions of barrels to the United States, while equities were mixed after a record-breaking start to the year. The crude has seen wild swings since the U.S. president ordered the toppling Saturday of Nicolas Maduro, his counterpart in Caracas, saying Washington would run the country while demanding total access to its key resource. According to reports, both contracts sank more than 1% on Wednesday, having lost 1.7 and 2.0% on Tuesday after Trump announced the latest development. In his words, the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the United States of America, adding that the oil will be sold at its market price while he controls as president of the United States. And also, global real wages grew at their fastest pace in more than 15 years in 2024 as easing inflation helped to repair workers' purchasing power after the cost of living shock unleashed by the pandemic and the subsequent surge in prices. According to the International Labour Organization's and Global Wage Report 2024 to 2025, real wages rose by an estimated 2.7% last year. Now, this reportedly marked a decisive reversal from 2022 when runaway inflation drove real wage growth to 0.9%, marking first negative reading since comparable global records began in 2006. The recovery gathered pace after a tentative improvement in 2023 when real wages increased by 18% as price pressures began to subside, allowing earnings to once again outstrip inflation. The report attributed a stronger wage performance likely to a sustained decline in inflation, particularly in advanced economies where price pressures ease faster following aggressive monetary tightening and a fading of energy and food price shocks. We'll bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Midday Bulletin, and now moving on to sports news. Chelsea has announced the appointment of a Strasbourg manager, Liam Rosenio, as their new head coach, handing the 41-year-old Englishman a 5.5-year contract with an option for an additional season. And Rosenio replaces Enzo Maresca, who left the club on New Year's Day following a difficult run of results and behind-the-scenes issues that brought an end to his 19-month tenure. The former Hull City and Derby County boss will watch Wednesday's Premier League clash against Fulham from the stands at Craven Cottage before taking charge of his first training session on Thursday. Rosenio joined Strasbourg in July 2024, guiding the French side to a 7th place finish in League One last season. And now to end the news, Algeria booked a quarterfinal showdown with the Super Eagles of Nigeria after snatching a late extra time winner to defeat Democratic Republic of Congo in their round of 16 clash at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. And substitute Adil Balbina proved the difference deep into extra time, scoring the decisive goal to settle a tense and evenly contested encounter in Rabat. The goal came with barely a minute remaining before a penalty shootout after a disciplined and resilient display that had kept the contest finally balanced for over 120 minutes. The result extended Democratic Republic of Congo's long wait for a first ever victory over Algeria, marking a cruel ending for Sebastien Desabre's side, who had looked set to take the tie to penalties. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Midday Bulletin this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
These bad dance make it hurt.
An official of NAFDA will say, please bring that thing down. I want to see. My wife will like this.
If there is something about Market Pulse, just know that we will go through the 7 seas and mountains just for you to explore every market in this industry. Hello and welcome to another episode of Market Pulse. And today we're at Lawansi Market exploring the home appliances industry. So follow us as we feel the heartbeats of this market.
If customers are weeping and the seller is also weeping, nobody is happy.
Today, we are turning up the heat on a trend reshaping household spending across Nigeria: the surge in demand for thrifted and Tokumbo home appliances.
I've been in this business for close to 30 years. I grew up in this area. When I left university, I found myself back to Sule Lawanson. And that was even when Tokumbo business started gradually here in Lawanson, Sule, like fridge businesses. That was early 90s, and because I live around and I grew up in this area, the only opportunity I had was maybe going outside Lagos for my degree program, that's the UNN. Having gotten that, I came back. I made a Lawanson that accepted Tokumbo business. So as early as 1990, this place became a beehive of Tokumbo goods, fridge businesses, videos, electronics, kitchen equipment, and gradually I keyed in. You know, kitchen equipment is very, very wide. There are kitchen equipment, there are domestic, there are industrials, then there are bakery equipment, you know, so whichever one you want to enter into. It's very, very interesting. But the scope is very, very large. You can never have knowledge of all of them. Because every day technology is improving. There are times things will come out, you say, what is this? Or someone has to educate you on even what it is and how to use it. So it's not been easy. Kitchen equipment is very, very wide. So every day I'm learning. Every day I'm studying. Every day I want to enter into new areas of it. Everything has increased and it's affecting sales. Really affecting sales, because the joy of this business is patronage, and if the customers are weeping, of course, and the seller is also weeping, you know, nobody is happy. I want a situation where I bring in markets or I buy markets and people will come within a short space of time, they are all sold. Price of things have really gone high, and I pray that maybe with time, as time goes on, if our leaders, if they hearken to us and really put their hearts into governance, at least bring the price of these things down, Nigerians will really be happy. Nobody is really happy. You might think you are making the profit, but if you think you make enough profit, that's by the time you go and get other things. For instance, I'm not into fashion, but I know I have to buy clothes for myself. If you want to enter into any boutique to buy clothes for yourself, you before you know, you have wasted that same money there. You spend the whole money there. So you take a little thing home, having spent so much. So it goes round, nobody's happy.
With inflation still biting and the naira under pressure, many consumers are finding that buying brand new appliances is becoming a luxury.
If you do not chop for maybe 3 square meter, you cannot be saying, let me buy AC. For more than 30 years now. And now it's very, very costly. Before, like, say, 10 years or 15 years ago, it's somewhere you can start this business with maybe 500,000. But now, I said it all, over 2.something million at least. And I complain that because the cost of the goods is too high. They cannot be. Also, this business is luxurious one, so it's very, very high compared with the thing started from that Tinubu and Buhari regime. The thing is, before you can see 1 horsepower for 12,000 or below, but now 1 horsepower is 140,000 in a space of 2 years or so. So it's very, very costly. And making us not to feel comfortable with our business. It's not moving fine. Imagine something that we bought for 12,000 naira 2 years ago. Now it's 140,000, 150. You see, it scares away customers from coming to purchase or buy. I complain that the cost of this is too much. It's too much. We can hardly say 1 week or so. We will not sell because of the high cost of the goods. It's very, very alarming. It's very, very big. It's very, very difficult to cope in Nigeria these days. Compared with this, our business is very, very high. And right now, it's not the season. Maybe if to say the dry season, throughout it has been raining all days. Yesterday it rains. At times you come here 1 week or 2 weeks, you will not sell anything because of the cost, of the rising cost.
Of course, there is still a feeling of distaste that surrounds the Tokumbo home appliances. It's no-brainer though why Nigerians largely opt for these tested products, with inflation almost being at an all-time high.
Before you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around with 1 million naira you cannot buy anything tangible.
Market surveys also show that thrifted appliances can go for 40 to 60% less than brand new units. Well, depending on brand and condition.
For the past 10 years now, the business now, I can say, is times 10 of what we are using for investment before. Like the money you invest before. Before you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around, with 1 million naira, you cannot buy anything tangible. I'm realizing so badly because what somebody is buying 10 naira before, this time if you come, you tell the person it's 15 naira, you know how the person will feel. So the reaction now is something else. The customers are not happy. And we too, we cannot do otherwise because we sell things the way we bought. Well, I can't say that I've had losses because when inflation started, I have some goods when inflation started. I sell based on the current price as at the time the inflation started. So I sell with the price of the current. The difficulties there is that the customers, they are not buying things the way they used to buy before because the price is outrageous. The price increased, so they find it difficult. They find it difficult. It's difficult for us. Now you can see when you come here, I'm just sitting and looking outside. Unlike before the inflation started, when you come at least you meet like 2 or 3 customers. But this time it will take 2 hours or 3 hours before you can get 1 customer. At times they will come and price, they will not buy because the price is high now. There's no way I can go home and sit down without doing anything. That would be another problem. So, however it is, we'll still be managing it. We'll still be pushing.
Information reaching us is that life starters, young renters, first-time homeowners usually have a higher demand. So if you fall under this category, here are some of the prices of essentials so you don't walk into the market clueless.
If it's just cookers without ovens, these flat ones, they are on the high side now. Talk about 60,000 naira. If it's 3 burners, 60,000. If it's 4 burners, 70, 80,000. I'm talking about Tokumbo ones. We have Korea cookers that are just 2 burners. Those ones are also 60,000 naira. Then if you want to go for brand new ones, talk about 100 and something, 200,000 naira. They're about 150,000 naira. They're about. These are cookers without ovens. So if you want to buy cookers with ovens, those ones, Tokumbo ones, 300,000, 350, 400,000 as the case may be. 5 burners with big oven, all those are 700,000 naira as the case may be. As of that time, that drum barbecue, charcoal barbecue, I was going for 25,000 naira, but now it's going for 200,000, 250,000. So you can see the extent, which I remember people will come here, they want to buy something, and then they give you $100. You know, $100, you quickly go to Lansing bus stop. You understand? And change $100, 25,000 naira. So $100 that time, 25,000 naira. So maybe the value of what they have bought was 25,000 naira. So they give you $100. But now that same $100 is now 150,000. So like this thing that I once sold for 25,000 naira, this drum barbecue, the $100 feed there was 25,000, but now $100 is 150,000, and yet you cannot get it. So you need to have a close to maybe $150 or $130 for you to get this drum barbecue. So things has really gone high. There's one small electric jug I saw this afternoon. Very small things, this traveling type. You understand? And it's Tokumbo. And the person was pricing 5,000. And I know I bought that in non-tested, 8,000 naira. I was telling her 8,000 naira non-tested. You know the meaning of taking a risk of buying something that is not tested. It can be scrap in your hand. You understand? I told her, I said, pay 12,000. I said, okay, pay 10,000 naira. Do you understand? Person, what are you saying this is 10,000 naira? I said, I bought it 8,000 naira non-tested. And I'm selling it to you tested. You can see the risk.
Electric kettle now, I would say the least you can get now, the smallest one of it is 10,000 naira. The one that are bigger, that one you can get for 15,000 naira least. Microwave, we have the deals we have now is at 5,000. We have the one that is up to 60,000. Air fryer, we have the one of 40,000, the one of 50,000. Iron 15, 18, 20, depending on the quality. Because all of them are not of the same quality. A rice cooker, I have the one of 35,000. Pressure pot, we have the one of 35,000 naira. And also, we have the one of 50,000 naira. And these are things before you can get for 3,500, 5,000 naira. But this time, inflation have made all of them to go high.
If you are buying a window unit, maybe for 1 horsepower, you can get it now for maybe 130 or 120, as the case may be. Then for split, you can see split 150, 160. And it depends on the size. Like window unit 1 horsepower, you can see it's 130 or 140. But for split on the same 1 horsepower, you can see it 160, 150. And if the installer, if you are to the install to fix this one for you, they may take like 50,000 or 45,000 to fix the split on. But the window on, in as much as the hole is there, you can lift it and put it inside the hole without any money. So that one is more preferable. But some people say that they don't want this window unit, old-fashioned. But in actual sense, that one is so-called old-fashioned works better than split. There's no problem.
But it's not all smooth sailing. Even with the rise in demand, there are several risk factors which the dealers and buyers alike have to navigate through.
As of 2000, during that COVID, I remember the exchange rate at that time. The first time I imported was that early, during that COVID. That was about July, August. And with about 5 million, you can import at least half container load of goods. That was around that July 2020. But of course, you know now, with 30 million, you understand, you cannot even import half container load of kitchen equipment. The truth of the matter is Tokumbo is Tokumbo. You understand? Tokumbo has his own price. Brand new has his own price. So the moment you buy, sometimes importers, I see their lamentations. You know what they pass through. And I believe that government should understand this thing, because what comes around, they say what goes around comes around. You bring in your market to the wharf, so you clear your market, and as you clear it, they want to examine the containers. NAFDAC will come and say they want to check what is in the container. An official of NAFDAC will say, please bring that thing down. I want to see it. Oh, my wife will like this. And they have sent him to examine and leave. But he will say, bring that thing down. I want my wife will like this one. After that one, he will take it to, and the man bought those things with his money. Then standard organization will come and look, bring that thing. Oh, my second wife will like it. Bring it. They will take, before they vandalize the container for the man. And the man will be weeping, having paid so much in clearing, having paid so much in shipping. The same goods, when it comes to his warehouse, of course, he's not on the road. Sometimes all these police will be on the road. They will also collect their own. These hoodlums, Alayepu, will collect their own. The man finally discharges his goods. The man will sit down and calculate his total expenses. He will put it back into the goods, and you find out that the man is not losing. You understand? The man is not losing. It's Nigerians that are losing, because everything will go back to the goods. All the pains he had incurred, we will calculate them and put them on the goods. And before you know, there may be goods one could have bought for 10,000 naira. It's now 40,000 naira. We are suffering it. Come down here. How? Is it that we bring in your goods at the wharf, and then they now suddenly tell you, okay, we used to clear it for 20,000. Now please bring 5,000 or 10,000 and clear it. And how has it come down? Or has this exchange rate come down? What determines cost of goods is the exchange rate. You understand? It's the exchange rate. And of course, people don't import the way they used to import. So if it were before, by now, containers should be on every street. Because some of us, our brothers and sisters who are over there, they want to bring in goods so that when they come, they'll sell, use the money, maybe to build for those who wants to build and take care of their families back here in Nigeria. But now nobody wants to come in again. Before, an average importer brings 5 to 10 containers. So the person who used to bring 5 containers before is now bringing only 2 containers. The person who used to bring 2 containers is bringing 20-feet container, not even up to a full container. So when you go to warehouses are empty, and and once there are few goods, more people will chase those goods, so inflation will come up. So when goods are not really in supply, many people will be chasing the ones that are available. So it will automatically force the price up. So I don't think prices are going down. Prices are going up. Because there is no indices to show that prices are really coming down. The customs, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NAFDAC at wharf, they are still there. They will still examine the containers, and they will still collect what they want to collect. They impose the fines they want to impose. And so when it comes, and as the containers are going, most of these customs will also chase a container that has been cleared at wharf. Sometimes they will trace it back to the warehouse and will say these are contraband goods. And before you know it, either they will settle them, and before you know it, all these things will add to the cost of the goods. So I don't think. So things are not coming down.
There are warehouses. We have customers that are overseas that bring the goods. So we do buy from them when they offload. That is where the problem lies, because the cost of importation, according to the importers, is high now. The cost of importation, the custom duty and all those things, they are very high now. So that is where the problem lies, because they increase their price. Like what I buy this month, 500 naira. Next month, maybe if the price have changed, they too will change their price. So we the final consumers, we also change our price.
Beyond affordability, there is also a sustainability angle as more Nigerians are embracing refurbished items, helping cut down electronic waste and extend product life cycles. It's a shift that mirrors global trends in sustainable consumption.
Fair use someone like you can lay a hand on. That's a hope of common man. Fair use, but new ones. Imagine you are selling one horsepower for 140,000. When you go to a new one, you see it for 350,000, 400,000. So prefer this one. And those fair use, they are European standard, Europe standard. But here, the new one is Nigerian use. Maybe when you go to, if you have the opportunity to go to abroad, you tell them to do some standard ones, would be very, very cheaper. And when they come here, they increase the price. So that value is far better than the so-called new ones. The difference is that you can open wall like this, just like this one now, up there now. You can open wall, but this one can open small wall like this to pass the pipe through. But the other one, some landlord may say, no, you don't have to put this one, you don't have to open my wall. But for the spirit, you can open small wall where you can pass the pipe through. It depends on the individual, because you may rent an apartment, planning to buy split. The landlord will say no. There is hole for window, so you have to do that one. But if the landlord gives you opportunity, you can buy anyone you like. And more especially the other one they call inverter, that one consume less energy compared with the other ones. So people are moving to that one, and that one has great disadvantage. Disadvantage in the sense that if that one spoiled, like this one now, or this one spoiled, if it is inverter, you can use the up of this one, which is not inverter, you can change it. But once it's inverter, inverter must be inverter. So if it is 104, it must be 104. But if there's other one which is not inverter, you can use any one to fix it. 104 is meant for one room. Then 1.5 a room and parlor or a parlor. Then 2 horsepower for bigger parlor. That's the only difference. The highest horsepower for this one, you have 3 horsepower. That's the one they use in the banks or big churches. But for living rooms, you can see 1 horsepower, 1.5, 2 horsepower. You have 3 horsepower, have 5 horsepower as well. The advice is you must be patient. You know, this is a luxurious business for one comfort. It's not like a necessity, something that you must use every day. Because it's optional. For example, if you want to use to feel comfortable, if you do not chop for maybe 3 square meters, you cannot be good saying, let me buy AC. But if you want to feel comfortable, you can say you take AC, you buy AC. Because Nigeria is too hard. If to say this country is good, what another business? Because this one takes a lot of patience to stay. Imagine when you can come in the morning, 2 days, 3 days, you not sell. How do you survive? And if you say, let me go and change another one, where is the capital to do it? And it may be the kind of business like this AC now that's movable here in Lagos. When you go to East or North, it will not be moving like that. Because in this Lagos now, you can see when you count 2 or 4 buildings, you must see AC there. But when you go to East, maybe like Onitsha, you can count 10 to 15 without a single AC there. So if you say, let me relocate, and when you relocate, you see that it will be more difficult. So if you are relocating, you have to find a business that will move there. So in a situation whereby you don't have any of those ones, you have to stay and manage the one you have.
As household navigates squeezed budgets, the thrift appliance market is proving that value and practicality are driving purchase decisions more than brand new shine. In a time where every naira counts, thrift is no longer survival, it's strategy. That's the pulse of the thrifted home appliances industry. This is Market Pulse.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
increasingly we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to the pilot episode of Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we highlight the stories of established young Nigerian founders, CEOs, and businessmen and women. Here, we look into the unfiltered lives of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who run businesses in Nigeria and also educate their peers on how businesses are built and run through their unique stories. I am your host, Norma Obona, and my guest today is Bisi Shotunde, the CEO of BZB Events, a Lagos-based event management company. Bisi Shotunde is also known as Mrs. Show or Madam CEO. Bisi Shotunde is an award-winning international event planner, thought leader, and influencer. She leads her company, a prominent destination event management firm based here in Lagos, Nigeria. It's also known for creating bespoke events. BZB Events specializes in weddings, milestone celebrations, meetings, conferences, and exhibitions. She has managed numerous high-profile events for over 15 years. Her background includes a BSc in Chemical and Polymer Engineering and training in Entrepreneurship Management. She has also participated in various leadership retreats and international conferences representing Nigeria and Africa. She has led Nigerian destination wedding planners to events in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And BZB Events is a recognized brand in Nigeria and beyond, providing personalized services while working with clients' budgets. So, to unveil that, please, I want my audience to put a round of applause together for the one and only Bisi Shotunde. Thank you so much for coming to the show.
Thank you so much. Mama.
How was your day here? Because I know that, as your name implies, busy, there's a lot going on. So how's your day been?
Just as the name, I'm as busy as a bee.
Yeah.
But I'm very happy to be here today to share my knowledge and word of experience in entrepreneurship generally. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming also. Anyways, we just want to dive deep into it, but it's Entrepreneurs Lounge, so we are literally hanging out and trying to get to know you beyond the numbers, beyond the headlines. So but we want to start where the story actually began from. Where was the first place that you sat down and you're like, I'm going to start this business, I'm going to go into events? Where was it?
Interesting. So you just read out my profile. I studied chemical engineering, and in my 4th year, when we go for 1 year, 6 months compulsory IT, I'd said that aside doing my IT in an oil company, I wanted to still have a side hustle, just make money, and that was how I stumbled into the event industry as an usher. This was as far back as 2007. And I was just doing my thing every Saturday. I get called. I worked with one of the top event planners in the country, and that was how I got the interest. So it started off first of all as just make extra money while you're on IT. You have 6 months, and I found out that I was so interested in the whole event, when we go to event, taking care of guests, putting things together, and just being in charge. And when I went back to school for my final year, I said, you know what, I think that I would love to do this more. But the plan was do engineering work, maybe 3, 4, 5 years, and then later delve into events. But as life would have it, I finished my school, did my service, and it was time to look for a job. And I kept searching, going for interviews. The jobs were not coming. And October 2009, that was actually where, I bet that to say, you know what, I'm going to do my thing. But prior to that back-end story, when I finished my school in 2008, I went back to the company where I started off so this time around, I then interned. So that foundation, that duration interning in that company sprung me up, opened my eyes to see, okay, how events was done back end, beyond the glitz and the glam that we see online. So the administrative work, operations, going client meetings, everything I learned that during that internship period. And so when it was time to launch out in 2009, I had built some form of experience working with the company, and then I started small, and I just reached out to friends to say, oh, I do this, let me handle something, let me start small by offering ushers to you at events. And like they say, the rest is history right now. I would say that we have grown from that 2009 till date. So I wouldn't say I went to a event management school, because I then learned on the job, and it has built me to the brand that we have today.
Wow. And Busy Bee Events, like one of the best in Africa. With everything that you said, they say that you cannot prepare for everything. What is one thing that you wish somebody had warned you about entrepreneurship before you went into it head on?
What is that one thing? You must always show up. You must always show up. When you're working in a 9 to 5, some days you can call, you're sick or something, but you know that your salary will come at the end of the month. But you see, with entrepreneurship, if you don't work, money will not come out at the end of the month. So you have to show up, you have to put yourself out there, you have to put in the works, you have to, for our kind of business, the market is full with a lot of people, and so you have to keep promoting, you have to leverage on your networks, you have to keep doing. One job can lead you to something bigger, so you just have to show up. And I will say the last 15-16 years I've been showing up, not giving up,
no days off,
always looking to get better. Because when you open the Instagram, another new company has come. You open this party and like, who planned this party? What did they see in this person that they didn't, So one thing is, you must show up. You must show up. You must keep the hustle going.
Okay, so as a Busy Bee, outside event planning, how do you unwind? Because I see you, I follow you, I stalk you a little bit, not too much, please. But I stalk you a little bit, and I see that today you are in China, next tomorrow you are in Qatar, like then I open next morning and you are here in Lagos, and then you are in Abuja. I'm like, how do you unwind after all of this?
Wow. So if I'm not planning events, I'm traveling. I love to travel out of the country. But even with the travel, it's a mix. So the travel can either be I'm going for a conference, a training, or I'm going for a speaking engagement, or I'm going with my family. So there's, just as the name, as busy as a bee. But the beautiful thing about me is that in my working, I'm enjoying it. So it's part of my life. I'm doing events, but at the same time, I'm happy doing it. I'm traveling for a conference or going for a speaking engagement. I'm happy, I'm doing it, I'm enjoying. So I find comfort, I find joy in all of that. And also with my family as well. If I'm not traveling, I'm not doing any events, you find me at home with my family, my husband, my children. I'm watching Netflix,
Wow.
and just relaxing.
What's your favorite show right now on Netflix?
What's my favorite show? Can I think of anything that has to do with love, family, romance, comedy? I don't have a particular show, but when I'm kind of just exhausted with work, the next thing I would do to make me relax is to just watch Netflix. So I just put on any updated movie, anything. I just put it and I feel relaxed. And I'd say that I would not say I'm the outgoing type. Say, I'm going to party, I'm going to see friends, we're hanging out. I'm still homely. I'm still that, stay at home woman. But you see out there, I'm going for events, I'm doing this because work, has pushed me out there. But on the good day, I'm always indoor, my family, watching TV and just relaxing.
Okay, another thing too is I noticed with your events there is this richness in the colors, especially like the way it's arranged. Where do you draw your inspiration? Because I see events, but like there is a whole different style with your own. Like there's this richness of color that you use, even with the plating. Like it's kind of like it's planned. So like, where do you draw your inspiration from?
Inspiration basically is even just seeing others. So what the interesting thing about my company is for every event, I and my team will sit down and plan it. So my team is structured. I have a lead event designer, I have a team lead, I have an event producer. So for every project we have, we sit down, how do we want it? This event must be different from the next event. And so in the course of color scheming, discussing on how to execute it, we ensure that our own ideas is interpreted to the vendors, the suppliers. So from the caterer, the blend of colors on the table, to the decorations, to everything, we make sure that what we have conceptualized as a team in the office, we bring it to the venue. And so there's something called the vendors meeting. We discuss it with the vendors. So we ensure that the vendors that will be working with us at the real day or the day event already also sees it from their own view. So they don't just say, oh, I'm an expert, this is what I do, because we've also had that challenge where somebody say, oh, I've been doing this for years, but we want you to see it from our own view. And at the end of the day, by the time you are looking at the videos, you will be glad that, oh, my ideas align with the event planner's ideas, and it came out well. So, but basically, my team, looking at other people's work online, I follow people online as well. And then also traveling. Travel helps you, opens your mind, meeting people. When I go for some of these conferences as well, just interacting with them, I draw inspiration, I check out their pages. And so my inspiration comes from anywhere. Comes from various places.
Okay. So what's your work? I'm very Gen Z. I want to apologize to that. So what is your work vibe like? If you were to describe it as a song, what would you say? This is what my work vibe is like.
My work vibe, if I'm to describe it as a song, I would say Elijah Level, which was the song is by Gaze Baba.
Okay.
Because for me, the rate at which I move in a very fast speed, as in a very fast lane. The growth, the way I do my things, execution. Fast, sharp. Once I delegate, so I do a lot of delegation. And so when I delegate, I then supervise, and I get that energy. So it's never a dull moment when working with me. There's always something to learn. There's always something to pick up. And then the excellence is always there. So sometimes when I address myself, I say excellence personified. So that vibe, that energy.
I need to write that down.
I try to keep it to ensure that I'm happy as a planner. My client is happy and they're getting value for their money.
Wow, there are lots of things you're dropping. In fact, I don't know if we're really in a lounge or if I'm hanging out with like a big sister. I think I need to go and get my paper and write down things. Anyways, how do you stay grounded in all of this? Because the events are always coming in. That's just the thing about work. You're always planning the next one. But how do you stay grounded?
So I love to sleep.
Yeah.
That rest is very important. That rest is key. So I do a lot of delegations. I try as much as possible to get my team members involved. I also bring on board my trainees, because we run an academy, and so we give our trainees that opportunity to participate in on-site practical. So as much as I can, I delegate. So I don't get too overwhelmed. There are some specific events that will require that I soak in my blood, like body and soul. And there are some that I step back, allow the team to run it, and I just step in, look at it. So I would say that I've built that structure to ensure that I don't overburn myself, and at the same time I try to take that rest. And so I've built to a level whereby, okay, I show up at the event, but the event is already running. So sometimes I show up as a guest, you understand, but I already have an idea of what has been going on, so that way I'm not burnt out. And that's just basically
So
it.
you are saying that for every entrepreneur, one of the first things they have to do is to ensure they have structure.
Yes, that delegation is key. Of course, when you just started, when I started, it used to be Facebook. Facebook was like the in platform then. So I promote my business on Facebook. There was BlackBerry. I was everything. The marketer. I was only one that would go and see a client. I didn't have an office space then, so we just go to an eatery, sit down, and drop. But as I began to grow, the first thing I did was to hire a staff. In fact, back then it was a youth corp, member, and I trained that person. So as I grew up the ladder, I engaged more team members. I delegate, and my business is such that apart from planning events, we also do training. So I have an academy. Have the company in a way that different departments has a head team lead leading that department. And so all I just do is we have strategy meetings, give me update on what is going on in your own department, what are the events we have coming, what are the trainings we have coming, what are the things we need, and then I send my team on training as well. When I see that, okay, this person is becoming a bit rusty, okay, you go for this training, you meet these people. So at the end of the day, as I'm growing as a CEO, my team members are also growing. And then it gives me time to also do other things. So like my speaking engagement, my traveling, I do that, but I know that the company is running, the office is running. So delegation is key, structure is key, getting your team members, giving them a sense of ownership, so that even if you are not there, they can do certain things with little or no supervision. They can take decisions and get the necessary results.
So BusyBee has been around for 15 to 16 years now. But what was it like when you first got your first gig? What were you? What was your reaction?
Tough. It was tough, and that I think gave me the inspiration to start up an academy and help and hold a lot of people in the industry right now. To God be the glory. The BusyBee Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals cut across people. Learning event planning and events decoration, both in Nigeria and in diaspora. But when I started, it was not easy. Clients were just getting to understand why should they pay somebody to plan their I have a sister, I have a cousin, why should I pay somebody a management fee? It was unheard of. And so pricing was a struggle, getting them to really acknowledge that they need to engage the services of a consultant, so to speak, to handle things for them, was a struggle. So I faced a lot of that. There was no proper event planning school back then when I started. You understand? So I had to do a lot of learning online. I also started going for trainings at a very early stage. So I was doing a lot of international trips, So that was where I got a lot of knowledge, exposure, and then of course just watching some of our leaders in the industry, even in Nigeria, I picked that, and a few leadership courses I did. So what I did was to pick from here and there. I then had to come up with my own structure, my own curriculum that would help others that were coming behind me. And that's what had helped others in terms of the mentees that I have presently, because what I had, the opportunities that they have now, there's social media, there's TikTok, there's this, you learn. Back then we didn't have that. It was more of Facebook, and you were struggling to convince a client to pay you even 200,000 naira as a service fee. You understand? But I'm glad at the growth of the industry. I'm glad at my own growth. I'm glad that the seeds that I have sown in those years, I'm actually reaping them now. it's a lot better. When you were reading my profile, you talked about being a thought leader, being an influencer. Right now, I have people who pay me, for consultancy, pay me to build their brand, pay me to influence on their product. It's been it's been a rewarding, that's the word. It's been a rewarding one. But I know that back then, like they say, the road was not easy, but it was worth it at the end of the day.
So at what point in your career did you feel like, wow, I'm really doing this thing, like I'm really making it, like as I've arrived now? It's not like I can call myself an events manager.
Wow. At what point? Interesting. So I think when the recognition started coming, when you were reading my profile, you talked about representing Nigeria in Dubai, Abu Dhabi. When I started doing the trainings, it gave me a lot of visibility, traction. Of course, there was the monetary rewards as well. But that fulfillment that you train this person is doing well in the industry was a good one. At the point where I started getting emails from governments, sponsor trips abroad, come and represent Nigeria, come and recommend other event planners for international trips, then I knew that, wow, BC, you have done well, such that you are attracting international bodies.
They are not even applying for them.
They are looking for me. Wow. I knew. And then of course other honorary awards, nominations, and all of that. It was at that point that I started to place myself even much more than what I thought I had, because I saw that the brand has clearly positioned itself as a market leader. I, even as BC, I command that respect. So it was not, I was not just that event planner. I was BC Shotunde, the CEO, the Madam CEO.
Madam CEO.
You understand? In fact, you didn't mention, some also call me the Jagaban of the industry. For you to have that title, it means you're a kingmaker in the industry. And I'm glad that, I'm enjoying all this names and attention and all of that, but I know I paid my dues. I paid the price. I sowed the seeds, and it's what we have today.
So let's talk about your academy a little bit, because it seems that it's not just the events that you have your interest in. Training people is part of, because from what you were saying, you see, when people come, you don't just tell them, oh, sit down and watch. Like, you get them engaged, you make sure that their hands are busy. So how does one assess this academy?
Okay, so our academy has also been in fact, it started 1 or 2 years after I started the BZB events, and it's a platform for empowerment. We do mainly event planning trainings and event decorations trainings, and we're very strong on Instagram. So anyone who is looking to train in this field can reach out to us via Instagram.
Please do.
Yeah, via Instagram, BZB Academy Africa. We have trainings every 2-3 months, and so there's a calendar. So anybody who is interested can just either sign up on the waiting list form, so that once a new date is popped up, they get notified around it. Apart from the trainings, I also run a conference every year, which is called the BZB Summit, BZB Event Business Summit. That also started off when I realized a lot of challenges in the industry, trying to bridge the entrepreneurial challenges, the gap, from marketing to branding. So I thought, what, let me bring in external facilities, so both local and international speakers. It's done once a year, and we just get to sit together, have the conferences. We also introduce the gala nights, where we give awards, to outstanding event professionals in the industry. So, but basically, it came as me just wanting to support one, and I think that is just I'll say it's one of the innate feelings that I have. Let me just help this person. And that was how that academy, the conference, was birthed. And we also have the community. So the community is now the support group, which is called the Well Watered Garden Tribe Community, also known as WWGT. So it's just a support group. So for everyone who attends the conference, you get to then be put in the support group, the community network. We've been running that community now for 9 years, and it's been tremendous. We have people cut across Nigeria and in the diaspora. And so sometimes we travel out for trainings, trips, retreats, and all of that. We do parties, we try to hang out, anything that would foster that bonding, connection, and collaborations. All through the year, there's an activity that we do. We also do trainings in-house, talk about finance, talk about work-life balance, talk about marriage. We try to treat, all areas of our life, make it a wholesome experience for event professional. And I must say that I have no regret helping people, because when you see that joy, you are fulfilled as a leader. That has been my journey.
Thank you so much. So despite having not enough help, you have created this community for like a trailblazer. You're shining the light for other people to see and walk down their own paths. Who is one person that you go out to coffee with, dead or alive, one person you like to sit down and discuss business with? Who is that one person?
Who is that one person? I don't know if I can do two.
But just
one person. I think is Tony Olumelu.
Oh wow!
Follow his page. Is a brand. He's a brand, personally and corporate brand. So I follow his Instagram. I see when he's with his family, when he's in the gym, when he's travel. He takes us through his journey, and I see that he has a wide chain of businesses. You have the hotel, you have the bank, you have the foundation. I see a lot of things in common, you understand, and he helps me to even dream bigger. Say, you know what, I can. And I think he has 5 children.
Yeah, he does.
And he's still
very active.
So I would really love to have a sit-down talk like this. Learn at his feet.
Okay, please. If Tony Olumelu is watching this, please do your best and schedule time with one and only BCP, please. Also, looking at the future, what do you want your legacy to be when you leave this earth? What is your legacy that you would love to leave here?
So already, I would say that I'm already living that legacy already, even while alive, because the number of lives I have blessed, I have touched by virtue of either personal connections or through the academy, empowering people, helping people, or through the community. In various platforms, I've been able to touch lives, and I want that even when I'm no more, they should say, oh, the Busy Bee brand or the Busy Bee lady, was a great woman who touched lives, who made a mark. I would just take us back. So the late Ibidu Igodalo, Mrs. Ibidu Igodalo of Elizabeth, our event of blessed memory. She was the one that I trained with. Okay. She was the one that I grew. And 5 years down the line, when they celebrated her 50th year memorial, people still had something to say. Our business is still running. People still had something nice to say, how she's touched life. Those are kind of things that inspires me to say, oh, she's not around anymore, but see people still talking about her. And that's one thing that I would love to be remembered for somebody who touched life in the event industry, who helped people, who connected people. I've also been able to connect people to a lot of, connections, relationship, friendships, business, access to market. People should always have something to say, this woman, no, if not anything, she helped me she gave me that platform to what I am today. And I think I'm already on that journey. I'm already on that journey, and I hope to do more and to expand even to outside the event industry, because of course my core has been the event in the last 16 years, but I'm open to expanding the reach even to those not within my industry.
Okay, so we're about to wrap up the show, even though we want to spend the entire, we want to spend the entire time with you, but we have to wrap up. So we'll just ask you one last question. What is one thing you would tell an entrepreneur that is starting out in the event industry? What is one thing you want them to know?
So you must be determined to succeed against all odds. Like I mentioned earlier on, the road will not be easy, but it will be worth it. There's seed time and there's harvest time. So you must know that the period where it looks like it's dry, you don't just relax. You need to keep at it. The competition is fierce. The economy is fierce. Look for ways to maximize your cost. Look for ways to push your business out there. look for ways to keep evolving, go for trainings, network, let people know what to do. And above all, pray, because business is spiritual. And so once you have that favor from God, it transcends into your business and opens you up to a lot of opportunities. But final word is, be focused, be determined to succeed, and keep showing up. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Anyways, our audience, I'm sure that you've gotten a whole lot, because right now I feel like I'm ready to start my own event planning business. Thank you so much once again for coming on the show. And this is where we're going to bring you to wraps here on the Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma. I'm your host, Norma Bona. Keep watching BDTV.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Some of the strongest people you know, I mean the ones you admire, the ones that never miss a day and always show up with a smile, never asking for help, are the ones who struggle the most. High-functioning depression hides behind smiles, success, and productivity. It's a new year. Welcome to Health Matters, your number one guide to everything health and wellness. I'm your host, Amanda Imosigwe. Now to the statistics. It shows that Nigeria has one of the highest rates of depression in Africa, with the World Health Organization estimating that over 7 million Nigerians suffer from depression. A large national study in Nigeria reported a lifetime prevalence of a major depressive episode at 3.1%. Also, a national survey found that 22% of Nigerian heads of households displayed depressive symptoms, and university students have reported symptom prevalence rates as high as 57%. That is not all. As at 2024, Business Solver survey noted that 55% of CEOs acknowledged struggling with mental health challenges in the past year, with the likes of the late Laolu Martins the co-founder of Buka Hut, who died by suicide after his battle with depression, Tonto Dike, Omale, J.K. Rowling, and this is just mentioning a few. With me to delve deeper into the roots of high-functioning depression as individuals smile through the pain is Dr. Olayinka Jibono. She's a consultant, psychiatrist, and a rehabilitation psychologist. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Jibono.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
Can
you hear me?
Can you hear me, Dr. Jibono?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, thank you for joining us today. So let's get in quickly. We have heard of depression, but what I am curious about is how exactly high-functioning depression differs from the normal depression that we are familiar with.
Okay, so what we loosely term as high-functioning depression is medically referred to as persistent depressive disorder, which is also called dysthymia. So the typical clinical depression, which is referred to as major depressive disorder, usually impairs the person's ability to function. So one of the key hallmarks of a depressive illness is inability to function within the family. So the individual finds it difficult to carry out their daily activities of living, be it bathing, cooking, caring for children, the typical activities we carry out within the household. And then they also struggle at work. So there'll be a struggle with productivity at work, concentrating at work, paying attention, maybe sleeping too much, sleeping at work, or not even getting enough sleep, So they find it difficult to cope in the workplace and also in the larger society. So you find that the individual struggles in the larger society. So that is the typical hallmark of major depressive illness. However, in persistent depressive disorder, which is called dysthymia, which we loosely refer to as high-functioning depression, you find that the individual is still able to function, although with a lot of struggle. So what happens in this case is that the depressive illness occurs at a milder level. So when we talk about depression, we talk about different levels of severity. There's mild, there's moderate, and there's severe. Now, in high-functioning depression, we have the symptoms are milder. So they have the same symptoms as you would see in major depressive illness, which include low mood, so persistently low mood. They have low energy levels, so you find that the individual is always tired, easily tired, right from first thing in the morning, getting out of bed is a struggle, because they're fatigued, they're tired for unexplainable reasons. And then you find that there's what we call anhedonia. Anhedonia is a loss of interest in previously pleasurable activities. So you find an individual that used to love to attend at Owambes or love to go to the gym every Saturday or love to spend time with loved ones, just isolating themselves and not wanting to engage in activities that they normally enjoy doing. Those are some of the key hallmarks. But in high-functioning depression, you don't find it as severe as you would see in the typical clinical depression. Other symptoms of depression include changes in sleep. So you could find an individual sleeping less or sleeping too much. There's also changes in appetite where they eating less or eating too much. We also find issues around concentration, difficulty staying focused on a task, difficulty paying attention, lapses in memory as well. So the memory lapses, being more forgetful than usual. We find them harboring guilt feelings for past deeds or past or even occurrences that never even concerned them. There's an old wives' tale in the family of psychology where we talk about old women in the village that are stoned to death because they confess to being witches. For some of those women, they might not even be witches. It's just that they were depressed at that time and they attributed a lot of issues or a lot of unfortunate events around them to themselves. So they personalize those experiences and blame themselves for those experiences. And then people around them now call them witches because they personalize those experiences. So you find that people who are depressed feel guilty for a lot of things that occur around them, for a lot of things they've done in the past, and even some things that they never even did by themselves. They find themselves just feeling guilty for such things. Another key symptom we see is pessimistic thoughts, pessimistic ideas, pessimistic behavior. It's not unusual to find people who are depressed being negative, because a pessimistic person would first think of reasons why it can't happen, or reasons why it's impossible, before they start to think of the positive or why it's possible. So you find that in a workplace, people with high functioning depression come across as negative. You go into their room or their office, and they'll first see the things that shouldn't be before they see the things they should. So if you have a boss who's depressed, your boss will most likely pick out holes in the things you do before even dishing out a compliment to you. So you just find that being in the presence of that boss seems very negative and pessimistic, because you're just picking out your faults, picking out things that you've done wrong, things that you can't do, things you shouldn't do, instead of seeing the positive. Same thing with a spouse who is depressed. A spouse who is depressed would be fishing out for the negative all the time. And you just find that when you're in their presence, you feel drained, because they seem to be seeing the things that are not there, or the things that can happen before they see the possibilities. So that's another key symptom that we see. Another symptom we also see in the workplace, which is tied to fatigue, and difficulty concentrating, might be an individual that used to be very high functioning or very, very productive, now coming across as lazy. So if you have someone that's been in the workplace and has worked with you maybe for 5 years and has been very productive, but maybe in the 6th year, the person now starts to come across as lazy, not being able to keep up with deadlines, not being able to stay focused on tasks. It might be that their mood has slumped, So these are some of the things we can actually look out for. And
I hear you, Dr. Jibunot, but you have listed things that are visible, but then there are some times where we're left in the dark. So I really want to know how someone productive, successful, socially present is clinically depressed, and why because some persons do not speak out, and then they go on to attempt suicide. Sometimes it's successful, but then we're left in the dark. So why is it that, they are clinically depressed, and why is it so difficult to recognize, even by us family and close friends?
Depression as an illness is a silent killer. It can be likened to illnesses like hypertension and diabetes. Even the WHO calls it one of the leading causes of disability, because it's a silent illness. It just goes on quietly and just disrupts the individual's life, the individual's source of livelihood, relationships. It's silent, it creeps in very quietly. The person just feels like they're sinking into a hole that they can't get out of, or that there's a dark cloud over them that they can't just shake off or shake away. And with undiagnosis or poor diagnosis or non-treatment of the illness, we find that they continue to sink deeper and deeper, until maybe the individual becomes suicidal, or for some individuals, they because their appetite changes and sleep changes, they could actually just have pass on to death, from metabolic changes or metabolic issues. So it's a silent illness that creeps in quiet, and that's why a lot of people don't even know. Now, one of the reasons why a lot of people don't know when they're depressed is because we've not talked about it enough. We don't talk about it as much as we talk about physical illnesses like malaria and hypertension. So people don't recognize the symptoms. One of the reasons why it's so easy for a mother to treat malaria in her child today is because every time she goes to the antenatal clinic, every time she puts on the TV, she's listening to symptoms of malaria. When you have fever, when you have aches and pains, when you have this, when you have that, think of malaria, So that comes to her mind first. We don't have that kind of awareness when it comes to mental health issues. We haven't talked about it enough. So people don't readily identify these symptoms. They just see that the individual is different. This person is quieter than usual. This person is interacting less than usual. This person is more weepy than usual, not as enthusiastic, not as committed or as productive. They can't put a label on it. They don't even understand what it means. And that's why we agreed to do this type of awareness talks, because the more we teach people about these things, the more people know. Even the WHO knows that it is a big deal. It's a leading cause of disability, and people need to be aware of it. People need to be more informed. So when it shows up, when it creeps up, it's easy to identify and manage. I tell people that mental health awareness is like learning CPR. When you learn CPR, you actually do not learn CPR for yourself. You learn it so that in case of an emergency, you can administer CPR to someone else. Also, when we do come down with mental health conditions, a lot of times it feels like we've sunk into a hole and you can't come out. You're trying to come out of the hole and it's difficult to come out by yourself. But if the next person beside you is aware of the symptoms, they can act on your behalf. They can help lift you out of that hole so that you don't further deteriorate. So that's the importance of discussions like this. That's the importance of raising more awareness.
So much, Dr. Jibna. You know, I had a girlfriend of mine who would usually say she feels like she's floating and she just wants to evaporate. And, you know, not being an expert, but I just thought like these are, you know, her depressive episodes. It's not a constant feeling for her. So it just happens. And, you know, I felt like, okay, this is when a depressive episode is starting. So now, what are the coping mechanisms she can adapt? And then for me, what are the warning, because this is my friend. So what are the warning signs that I should not ignore?
Okay. So let's start with warning signs. In terms of warning signs, we want to, of course, we don't want the individual to totally deteriorate before we act. So subtle changes in behavior, like I said, someone that was more outgoing becoming less outgoing or more withdrawn, someone that wasn't as weepy becoming more weepy, so crying over very little things or every little thing just makes them a bit more weepy than usual. Drops in energy levels. So you find a friend that is now always complaining about being tired, mentally tired, physically tired. You know, they haven't done much. The day is just starting. It's 8 a.m. and the person is complaining about being tired at 8 a.m. There's something wrong. You know, we don't overlook such things. Or someone that is always, they set their alarm at 7 a.m. and at 7 on the dot, they're always up. But you find that they struggle to get out of bed at 7 a.m. now, which they find unusual as well. Or even changes in sleep habits. You know, they would normally go to bed and, you know, go off and wake up at dawn. But they find that they get into bed and it's a struggle to even fall asleep. And they're tossing and turning and going on social media before they can catch some sleep. Those are some subtle signs that we need to look out for. For individuals who start to appear lazy, you know, they seem less productive. You know, don't just shrug it off and say, oh, you're now so lazy. No, could it be that the mood is dipping? And then in more severe cases, you find that the individual starts to feel worthless and hopeless. And these are the big red flags that we look out for. So you find an individual now starts to say, oh, this life is no longer worth it. You know, maybe you guys are better off without me here. Maybe if you didn't have me around, maybe you'll be a much better person. You know, when you start to hear stuff like that, we don't joke about stuff like that. We call them red flags. We call them a call for help. You know, sometimes you have people post these things on social media and everyone laughs it up. But these are real telltale signs that the individual is starting to lose hope. When a depressed person starts to lose hope, the next thought on their mind becomes suicide. You know, the next avenue or the next idea that comes to mind is suicide. You know, maybe I should just end it. And that's why it's not surprising to see people jump off the bridge just randomly. A lot of times they didn't just contemplate that thought on that day. They had been romancing the thought of suicide for a while before they now actually carry out the act. So these are some of the red flags. Now, in terms of coping styles for your friend, I would say that in cases where the symptoms are mild, like in high functioning cases or mild to moderate clinical depressive illnesses, you know, putting in certain measures to help increase endorphins really help boost the mood. So endorphins are our body's natural way of improving our mood. There's certain hormones that the body produces to keep us uplifted and help us regulate our mood. What we find in situations of depressive illness is that the neurotransmitters or the endorphins are reduced in terms of quantity. They're reduced. So you find that there's certain activities that help boost the level of endorphins in the body from, that's what we recommend as medical practitioners. We always recommend exercise. Exercise is one of those habits that if you adopt, helps, boost, get your heart to pump and boost some blood supplies to all the organs in the body, and just helps boost the level of endorphins in the body. So I'll say for this, your friend, please, once you get back from work today, get her in her sneakers, drag her to the gym, or even if you can't even make it to the gym, take her around, take her for a walk, take her around, get her to, break out in a sweat, get her to work out a bit and break out in a sweat. Once she starts to engage in this consistently over a period of time, you'll find that her endorphin levels will improve and it will boost her mood. Also, other activities that she once used to enjoy, but she no longer engages in. If she's the kind of person that loves to attend an Owambe party, drag her to the next Owambe party that you're invited to. Or if she loves to watch movies or she likes to go to the beach, take her on this, take her out with you for these activities, as this will help boost her endorphin levels and help lift her mood.
Thank you so much for that. Of course, we're pressed with time, in like 2 minutes. How can we as a society, as a workplace, provide a vulnerable space for people to admit to their current battles? And then what is that one advice as an expert for those people who have mastered the act of like hiding pain, going through depression? What is the first step towards healing?
So a lot of times, societies that are very stigmatizing harbor a lot of individuals that suffer silently. It has a lot to do with the culture. If we have a culture where people can speak freely about their mental health, people are free to express their mental health and not be judged or not be stigmatized, we'll find that people will be more expressive. We thank God for the younger generation, the Gen Z generation, that are a bit more outspoken and leading the mental health conversation now. We thank God for them. They're prompting the older generation to look inwards, and address some of those challenges that they've kept hidden for a long time. We advise people not to suffer in silence. A problem shared is a problem solved. You find that when you're even able to unburden some of the little challenges you're having with just a friend, you find that it lifts a big burden off you and it lifts your mood. So imagine doing that on a regular basis with maybe a therapist or a psychiatrist over a period of time. You can imagine the value that adds to an individual's life. So it's important as a society that we break the stigma, we break the culture, we modify the culture to allow more honest conversations around mental health, around well-being, even around health in general. Let's talk more about these things. Let's engage more in this conversation so people feel freer to express themselves. And you find that it generally would reduce the burden in the society. It would reduce the number of people that need to hide and keep their struggles hidden. Like we said, because with high functioning depression, you're trying to cope on the outside and keeping those struggles hidden. Not sharing your struggles with anyone, just keeping it hidden and trying to cope and keep up with the responsibilities that are required of you. But what we're advocating for is that let us allow people unburden themselves and not judge. Let's not judge. Let's not stigmatize. Let's encourage the culture of speaking up. Let's encourage people to unburden around us. Let's encourage people to seek for therapy. To access therapy. And generally, it will do the society a whole lot of good. Even employers will benefit immensely from this because the productivity of the general population would increase and improve. And of course, it will tell
such a short time, but I assure you, like such seasoned wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much, Dr. Olayinka Jibino, for such an impactful and enlightening perspective. So if there is one thing we should take from this today, is that smiling does not equal
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny
more.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy, and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Now, this is Business Day Television News Update, reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Cardinal Stone Project, a stronger Naira at 1,350 Naira and 1,450 in 2026. Nigeria's external account set for $17.7 billion surplus in 2026. And Now, sort of 521 companies now on FCCPC's radar as January deadline lapses. And Naira likely to remain under pressure in 2026, says Yemi Khaled. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Analysts at Cardinal Stone project global oil prices will average $55.08 per barrel in 2026, citing weaker demand and ongoing supply pressures. According to their report, indicators align for sustained macro gains published on 6 January 2026. The report forecast Nigeria's oil output rising to 1.75 million barrels per day in 2026, up from 1.67 million barrels per day in 2025, supported by lower crude losses and increased capital expenditure by Seplat and Aradel. And global oversupply persists, with the International Energy Agency projecting a 3.84 million barrel per day surplus in 2026, even as OPEC Plus pauses output hikes for the first quarter. And Brent crude ended 2025 down over 18%, trading around $61 per barrel in early January, reflecting persistent oversupply, weaker demand, and cautious market sentiment affecting major producers like Nigeria. Meanwhile, Nigeria's external position is set for strong growth in 2026, with analysts projecting a $17.7 billion current account surplus, equivalent to 4.9% of GDP, according to FMDQ and Cardinal Stone Research. The improvement reflects higher foreign inflows, expanding exports of refined petroleum products, and strengthening the foreign exchange buffers, marking a shift from oil-dependent vulnerability to a more diversified external account. And foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio inflows hit a record $18.7 billion in 2025, boosting total inflows to 48.8 trillion naira. And refined petroleum and gas exports are expected to generate $10.2 billion and $11.3 billion respectively, offsetting lower crude oil receipts. And structural shifts, including rise in local refining, reduced oil imports, and improved FX management, are reshaping Nigeria's external account, supporting macroeconomic stability, exchange rate confidence, and investor trust. And still on, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has brought 521 digital lenders under its regulatory oversight following the January 5, 2026 compliance deadline. The Commission reported this on Tuesday. And among registered companies, 457 received full approval, 35 conditional approval, and 29 licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria remain under FCCPC monitoring. The Commission also placed 103 unregistered apps on its watch list for enforcement action. And the 2025 Digital, Electronic, Online, and Non-Traditional Consumer Lending Regulations mandate registration, transparency, data privacy, ethical recovery, fair interest rates, and responsible lending, while non-compliance risks fines of up to 100 million naira for 19% of turnover and director disqualification for 5 years. And stakeholders warn that monitoring hundreds of lenders and supporting IT platforms is challenging, but FCCPC says the framework is gradually restoring accountability, transparency, and fairness in Nigeria's digital credit sector. And coming up, Naira likely to remain under pressure in 2026. And this is by Yemi Kelly. This and more after this short break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullish insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and you're welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. We move past what happened to explore why it happened and what it means and what could come next. I am Deborah Eze. Our conversations today are going to be centering on Nigeria's disinflation dividend. It comes with strings attached, and also T-bills, bonds offer final yields as rate cut looms. Just stay with us as we go behind the headlines. Welcome back to Behind the Headlines. Nigeria's inflation numbers may finally be easing. But before we break out the confetti, it's worth asking, who's really benefiting? This inflation looks like good news on paper, yet beneath the headline figures are hard conditions, fragile consumer confidence, and policy trade-offs that still bite. We unpack why Nigeria's so-called disinflation dividend comes with strings very much attached. Joining us to give more insight is Oluwatobi Oja Bello. He is the senior economic analyst. It's good to have you, Oluwatobi.
Thank you, Deborah.
Yeah. All right, let's go straight into it. How sustainable is Nigeria's current disinflation trend, and what specific indicators would signal that the gains are starting to reverse?
Thank you very much. You see, before I deep dive into this discussion, there's need to make some emphatic empirical review of what has happened in 2025. So when you look at the current economic situation, we notice that inflation is declining. The reserve climbs up to mid 40 billions in dollars. Now there is expansion in the economy. The growth rise to 3.98. So it shows that the economy is stable in 2025, unlike 2024. But unfortunately, households, businesses, and investors are still complaining. Now let me now go to your question. So when we talk about the sustainability of Nigerian disinflation, in my own opinion, and considering the empirical review of Nigerian economy in 2025, I will say the sustainability is fragile. It's not yet structural. This is because the inflation is not driven by productivity in the economy. It is mainly driven by policy. Tightening monetary policy, FX stability, oil reserve revenue rises. All these are the factors that drive the inflation. It's just like a force. It's not based on production in the economy.
So in your article, you mentioned that, and I'm going to quote you.
Right.
Dividend comes with strings.
Okay.
So which of these conditions, and I'm talking oil revenue, fiscal discipline, or exchange rate stability, like you mentioned, poses the biggest risk right now, and why?
Thank you very much. You see, it is good to understand the framework of an economy before you really talk about the risk that the economy is exposed to. Now, Nigeria is trying to diversify its economy. No oil revenue, good. Unfortunately, over 90% of FX generation sector is from the oil revenue. So any shock to that sector puts Nigerian economy in a disarray. So among those factors that drives the inflation down, the biggest risk there is oil revenue shortfall.
So to what extent is the decline in inflation driven by the policy actions versus temporary or external factors such as global commodity prices or base effect?
Thank you very much. As I've said earlier, disinflation in Nigeria, as I've said, has two major drivers: the policy drivers and the temporary drivers. The policy drivers are as follows, which I've mentioned in the article. Tightening monetary policy. As you can see, how government, the CBN, increased the MPR rate over and over to 27.5 before they reduce it by 50 basis points to 27 now. So this has significant impact in reducing the inflation rate. So another one is fiscal discipline. This also is a policy driving as well as liquidity constraint. But the temporary driving are seasonal factors, such as easing in food and energy prices. So when you look at the economy today, looking at 2025, you cannot compare the inflation rate, food inflation rate in 2025 to food inflation rate in 2024. And one of the indicators that drives inflation then in 2024 was high food inflation rate. But now food inflation rate is around 11.08. These are temporary. Why? Because any insecurity or climate factor will rebound back to high food inflation.
So how exposed is Nigeria's 2026 budget to shocks as if oil production or prices fall short of projection?
Thank you very much, Deborah. As I've said earlier on, you discuss the economy of a country knowing the framework. What is the guiding principle? As far as Nigeria is concerned, it is the oil and gas sector. And when you look at the 2026 budget, Nigeria estimated 58.18 trillion for spending expenditure, while their proposed revenue is about 34.33 trillion. So there is a gap. That gap is the budget deficit. Will be financed by what? Either through local, that is domestic borrowing, or external borrowing. But the revenue Nigerian government estimated is based on oil price, which was 64.85 based on their estimation, and based on production of oil, which is 1.84 million per day. But looking at the historical record, we've never made the target before. And when we fix a price for the free price for oil We can't determine the price in the global market. We don't have the power to influence the global price. Neither do we have the power to influence the global interest. So considering the case of Venezuela and US, there's high tendency that there will be oil glut, more supply of oil in the world market. So that 64.85 may shortfall. Shortfall in that 64.85 will have tremendous effect on oil revenue, so which expose Nigeria. Another thing is that we've never met that target we set in budget before when it comes to oil production. Why? Because of vandalism as well as some other leakages. So putting 8.4 again with unattainable 6.85 we cannot achieve. So we are exposed to any global shocks in terms of revenue.
From the perspective of the ordinary Nigerian businesses, when should they expect the benefit, or when should they realistically expect disinflation, if at all it's going to happen?
Okay. Considering the economic stability now, the benefits will come slowly and it will be uneven. Why? Because different individual generated revenue or income from different angles of the economy. And so the household will benefit from this disinflation through reduction in food prices, other things being equal. While for the businesses, with the 8th consecutive decline in the in the inflation rate, so there is high tendency, maybe in the MPC meeting, that there may be ease in the MPR rate, which will make businesses to have more access to credit. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
We were speaking to Oluwatobi Ojabelo, Senior Economic Analyst, right here.
Thank you.
BusinessDay.
Thank you.
After the break, our focus will be centering on T-bills, bond offer final yield at rate cut rules. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. You're still watching Behind the Headlines. We move to our second focus, where yields on treasury bills and bonds are beginning to settle, but the calm may not last as expectations of a rate cut grow louder. Investors are recalibrating, borrowers are watching closely, and the government's cost of funding hangs in the balance. On Behind the Headlines, we look past the final yields to what a looming rate cut could really mean for Nigeria's market and the wider economy. And joining us to unpack this is Eniola Olatunji. She is the banking and finance analyst, or should we say expert. It's good to have you, Eniola.
It's good to be here too. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. So what specific economic signal, I'm talking inflation, debt, forex stability, are markets using to price in anticipated rate cuts, and how strong is the evidence for cuts happening in early 2026?
For the first question was what indicators? I mean, the biggest indicator is the inflation rate. Throughout 2025, we saw inflation drop from 24% to 14.45 in November, and that has been a major problem that the CBN has been trying to solve, and that's why in 2024 we saw the CBN go very hawkish on interest rates, where interest rate was constantly increased. But now we've seen throughout 2025 there's been a continuous and even like a very continuous decrease in inflation rates, and inflation has dropped to about 14.45%, very close to a single digit. And another indicator is the naira. The naira appreciated by 7.5% in 2025, and that was the first time in over 13 years that the naira had such gains. And those are two strong indicators for the CBN that the economy is doing well and is likely to cut rates. Now, you said early 2026. They are not likely to cut rate in early 2026 because of it's expected that by when December inflation rates will come out sometime next week, it's going to spike up, and that is due to two reasons. One is the base effect. One of the new methodologies in which the inflation is calculated is expected that it will increase inflation, and also because there was a lot of spending in December, and like people increased their prices for goods and services to meet that demand. So it is expected that December inflation rate would spike up, and that will now affect like the rates this year. Like when I mean affect, it's inflation is calculated like in comparison to year on year. So if December spikes up, it will we're already like 14.45 rather, and there's speculations that December might spike up to about 20-30%. So that means even though there will be respite this year, there will be decrease, but a decrease from 30% to be maybe 20%, 22, 23. So that will make like inflation like high again. Not that it will not decrease, it will continue to decrease, but it will be it's still high. So that means the CBN will still hold rates at where it is to monitor like the progression. But once they see a very significant drop by mid-year, many analysts and investment houses projects that by H2, that means second half in 2026, there will definitely be a cut.
All right. So, how are different maturities of T-bills and bonds expected to perform relative to one another if the CBN begin cutting rates? And I'm talking long term and short term.
Yeah. So, rate cut is one of the factors that influences the interest rate or performance of T-bills. But there's also some other factors such as liquidity and government borrowing. Now, according to the 2025-2026 budget, we have a deficit of about 23 trillion naira, and that most of that is supposed to be funded from domestic borrowings, and these domestic borrowings include treasury bills and bonds. So that means the government is going to really be borrowing from like within the country, from Nigerians, so to speak. And most of it, about a very huge chunk of it, about 15 trillion of it, is expected to come from domestic borrowing. Some will come from foreign borrowing and then privatization of some assets. But from that, so there's going to be a huge demand from the government on the domestic side of borrowing, and that means that, and most times the government front loads is borrowing, meaning that they borrow early during the year so that they can have enough money to start the year. And when the government tries to borrow a lot, that means I'm not asking that please come and borrow me money, and that means I'll be giving you something attractive to get your money. So for one, since interest won't be cut till much later during the year, yields on treasury bills and bonds are expected to still remain elevated. Might not be as high as 2024, 2025, where we saw yields for treasury bills at 28 regions. Right now, yields are around 16 to 18%. But instead of going downwards, we might see yields at least in the first half of 2026, especially for treasury bills and bonds, remain elevated because of government borrowing plans and a delay in rate cuts maybe that will happen later in the year. And so this means that yields will remain elevated for treasury bills. But then treasury bills are short term. They are a year and less, while bonds are 3 years. We even have some countries do 30 years bonds. Now, treasury bills, once there's a rate cut, it's likely to be a rate cut, or when we're closer to when there will be a rate cut, yields will fall faster, while bonds would fall slower. It will fall too, but it will fall slower. And why am I stating this? This is because it is, for as investors, it's really great to, if you can take part in primary auctions now, at least at the beginning of the year, the first 3 months of the year, take part in these auctions, lock in on good yields. That means if yields are going to fall to less than 16% much later during the year, it's better to buy them now and then buy much later during the year when you get your 16%. But later during the year, they might fall as much as 12%. That means you've lost out on on 16%. But bonds, they will fall too, but they won't fall as low as fast as treasury bills.
All right, so speak to us about the risks that could undermine this final yield play.
Sorry.
Yeah, the risks that could undermine this final yield play. I'm talking about government finance, FX volatility, or shifts in foreign portfolio flows.
Yes. So some of the risks that could undermine the scenarios I've just stated happening is if, for one, inflation, like I said, decides to, maybe something happens. A scenario could be higher oil prices, or serious insurgency in the north where like food becomes unavailable. One of the biggest determination factor that influences inflation figures is food. It takes about 40% of, even as Nigerians, food takes about 40% of our spending or income, so to speak. So if food prices goes up drastically, maybe even imported food that we produce in Nigeria, and inflation goes up, then that means the CBN is likely not to cut rates this year because inflation is going up and they need to monitor it. One, also oil prices. If we have problems in producing enough oil and we're not getting, or not even producing, if there's problem in the world, like when the Russia-Ukraine thing happened and oil prices went up, if something like that happens again, oil prices goes up too, is also a very significant factor in inflation. I mean, it takes a huge amount of people spending too. So if those prices go up, then inflation, they cannot, inflation will continue to go high, and then CBN won't be able to cut rates. Another thing is FX instability. Now, throughout 2025, like I said earlier, we saw a very, like, the Naira appreciated by 7.5%. If we see a drawback in this appreciation, the CBN won't be able to cut rates, because another source of FX inflows are OMO bills and then the treasury bills, foreign investors, so to speak. So it has to keep its rate at a point where it will still be attractive for foreign investors to invest in the country. So those are some of the things that could likely put a risk to the scenarios we've stated earlier.
So how do you think the recent withholding tax on interest, for certain securities, how do you think it's going to affect investors?
So there's always been withholding tax on fixed income short-term securities, but in the light of the yields trending downwards, so how to explain it is, so say in 2024 when yields were very high, say 28%, if I was going to pay 10%, I already got 28%. So like then I still have something to work with. I still have enough to take home from my investment. But if now the yields are like much later in the year, when yields begins to decline, I still have to pay 10% on that. Now, withholding tax only applies to treasury bills, corporate bonds. It doesn't apply to federal government bonds. So what we might see take effect is that people are more drawn to government bonds because there are no tax on them. There are no withholding tax on them. So, and I mean, the rates are almost the same. By the time you even calculate, even if you are supposed to earn more on treasury bills, by the time you remove the withholding tax on treasury bill, you might be earning exactly what you should get from a bond. So we might see people drifting towards bonds more because like there are no withholding tax on them.
All right, thank you so much, Anila. It was good to have you on Behind.
It was nice being here too.
All right, the conversation doesn't end here, of course. We've examined the key issues, explored context, and unpacked what the developments mean going forward. And as the news continues to evolve, these conversations remain important in helping us better understand the forces shaping our economy, the society, and everyday lives. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze, and join us next time on Behind the Headlines.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.